morning. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing a live stream, as is my usual habit for Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I'll tell you, what I've got going on today is maybe not all that much. Hey, Jonathan. That said, I have been recording vinyl records I've got, including ones I have just recently got, because I wanted to throw some more things into the big old analysis project that is Meter. And so what I've got to investigate is some tracks off of Robert Palmer's Sneak and Sally Through the Alley, a couple of tracks off of Pressure Drop. Some People Can Do What They Like, and some of a vinyl copy of the Duran Duran album Rio. Thing is, I wasn't able to get the track Rio, and I'll show you why. Because it's all busted. There's a massive lump on the side of the track, and it was all skippy. So I wasn't able to use that one. However, I am still rather interested in maybe just temporarily seeing what that looks like on presumably Hypemeter. Or it'll show me either way, but the color coding is something where I'll want to choose Hypemeter or not. And that's definitely part of the misbehavior going on. So I'm going to see whether I can find a section. Yep, that's drums anyway, so I don't get to actually use this one, which is a shame because I spent far too much money on it. I thought I was going to get a record in really good condition, and the surface looked clean enough, but unfortunately, the edge of it is all messed up. So I am out of luck unless I run into another one, and now I know to be a little mistrustful of the place where I got those records, because there was a whole bunch of them, pretty well chosen, stuff like Rio sitting out there. And it looked real clean. Only problem is a bunch of them had this little edge problem. A bunch of them had this problem where the tracks right on the edge don't play properly. But we can fire up the content peak thing. And let's see how well... unsurprisingly, guess what? Duran Duran seems to do a pretty good job of dialing in that recognizable hit record sound. I can't say as I'm terribly surprised. I more or less expected that. What they're going to do is fall off a little bit in periods where the energy drops. Also, I can have a peek at what the vibe section looks like. It's going to be pretty strong there as well. But yeah, this one, perhaps unsurprisingly, does real well for that. I'll turn down the speakers a little bit just because I'll be talking over them. And yeah, the other day I went out and picked up records to analyze, and it included stuff like this Duran Duran. Now, they're not quite like Mutt Lange inspired, they're not quite Def Leppard in that they are willing to let the energy drop. And interestingly, while they're doing that, it's not even that it's dropping into a vibe zone, it's just dropping into a kind of a quiet zone. But yeah, the end of it should probably spike well above a C rating there. And again, if you're watching this, you can get this meter. It's on my GitHub page. It's the project meter. I am hoping at some point, maybe next week, possibly today, or perhaps not, I don't really know, but I'm hoping Sidara shows up and helps me get a couple of more platforms online, because there's apparently a thing I can do to make clap plugins. And I'm curious whether I can put out VST2 plugins doing exactly this, because I legally can, as long as I'm staying in the open source zone. And I'm licensed even to do commercial VST2 if I want. But yeah, the color me unsurprised that one of Duran Duran's biggest hits is making a break for AA rating. That really kind of follows. The interesting thing is which ones don't. Which ones don't get there, because it's fairly easy to... Yeah, it's going to make AA easily. Yep, there it goes. It's fairly easy to not do this. You basically need to arrange stuff so that there's space inside it, or just not hit those incredibly saturated sounds and tones and things. If you're a vocalist, you don't belt. There's a lot of things you can do to not get to these really high scores. So it's not like it just automatically pops out. I'm just always interested in when I'm able to make it back up the claim of it's actually monitoring hit recordness. So we're not going to save that. Although I did get a full copy of Hungry Like the Wolf and Save a Prayer off of this album, so I will be able to include that as well. I maybe am not going to do that this very instance. David, if you're still there, you want to check out what either Sneak and Sally, Pressure Drop, or Some People Do What They look like. You'll also notice that I have a copy of Out of Our Heads, which is an old mono Rolling Stones, and that contains Satisfaction, but it has a skip in it. So I'm going to need to go and recapture that one again. And then I got a few other ones. There's a Under Assistant West Coast Promotion Man. No, that's Satisfaction again, isn't it? This must... Yeah, so the first one was, I think this is all US versions. Getting a hold of the UK versions is more challenging from where I'm at. So yeah, all of these are The Last Time, and this is Satisfaction, and this is the place where it skips. So if I redo that, I can probably check it out and kind of lean a little weight against the tone arm at the right point. It's tricky to do, but it would be worth it for this, because I've got a version of this already. And what I'm now curious about is whether the old real version of it, rather than the version that you get on the compilation album. So I do not care how the sequence is, but I want to see how it measures. So we're just going to take all these things out without even paying attention to what's happening in the sound, because we're not going to save this as sound. I just want to hear what it does on the meter, rather than being particularly concerned with... Oh, hang on, is this another place where it skips? Yeah, that's where it was skipping. Let me just go and find the loudest bits and take those away. That's some kind of skip too. Because I just want to play this through. Take the entire front off it. That's a click. That's a click. That's a click. That's actual drum. Although maybe not on this side. Nope, that's still the hottest one. Yeah, I don't actually have Heavy Nova. I think I may have seen it. I don't actually have Secrets either. Fascinates me that anybody would favor those ones when stuff like Sneak and Sally exists, but that's just me. So, back into Content Peak. So the old, because this is also a fairly good example of the sound of old Rolling Stones. In particular, this mono. This is back in the day when mono was the first thing that you did, and you didn't really care about stereo at all. So this is basically what they had, and it is said that this sound live in the room just blew up the world and people freaked out and lost their minds. And it's very consistent with what that sounds like as a band. And I mean, I don't think I need to go any farther than that. Look at that. If you actually hear it, you really get a sense of the band in the room quality of it. Because this is old stuff. Out of Our Heads is one of the first Rolling Stones albums. They barely have any Jagger Richards songs on this one. It's all covers. They've got Play With Fire. They've got Under Assistant West Coast Promotion Man. And of course, This Is Satisfaction. And I would say this is a really good example of just documenting what a hit record sound actually is. It's just nailing it throughout. Oh, and I have not actually gone to max hype. I think it's going to, oh yeah, you just get more energy out of it without actually having to change anything. It's gonna break for AA or AAA. Because that's the description of how this music worked for people in small clubs. Back in the day, if you went to a Rolling Stones gig, it basically sounded like this. It sounded like just these really loud guitars and the loud drums and the loud bass, and everything is just bashing away super, super hard. I mean, even in the live concerts, the reason they did Bill Wyman was because he had a giant bass amp. And I think another amp. So they needed to pick the guy who had a big enough amp to be able to make this sound in the room. And they did. And it's going to bust into AA territory easily. Surprising nobody. And that's basically the picture of it. It's this band playing in the room, being sort of brash and loud and energetic and aggressive. What you hear on the record, because I've listened to the actual record, although I can't play it on stream. Also, interestingly, note how they're getting about the same high frequency as like some of the great burial tracks. The amount of brightness that pokes out over everything else is pretty consistently up to about here, and then it kind of leaves off. That's quite interesting to me. That it's another parallel of it's about as bright as you can get without being obnoxious. And at other times, people, if you're on a DAW, you have to do that on purpose. You have to set it up that way on purpose. So yeah, really, really old Rolling Stones. I also got the good fortune of, Oasis? What Oasis? I'm not surprised. One thing about Oasis is they had an ear for like maximum hype, maximum loud. It's similar to, you might remember on the last stream, I temporarily downloaded, I should just simply go and buy it. I doubt I can, that's not the kind of thing I think I could get on Bandcamp or whatever, but I'm sure I could pick up the CD somewhere. Skrillex's Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites. And most of it is just obliterated and just overwhelmingly loud to the point of being ridiculous, to the point of it's just gone. And then when it breaks into that section where there's a woman screaming, "What? Oh my God!" That is a cluster of blue, perfectly optimized peak and slew points, literally as loud as it can possibly be, and not a bit louder. It's exactly as loud as it can possibly be, and no louder than that. And that's what you'd expect from like the Gallaghers. You know, Noel Gallagher in particular, because Liam's lead singer, basically. He carries the personality of being a mega super rock star. Noel is the one, I think, with an eye for the production. Liam would just agree with that intention for the production. But yeah, that's exactly what they would be trying to do. Got some other stuff in here as well, although I am interested in, this one's going to be just fun to listen to, mind you, although I don't get to do it like literally right here. But I've got Sneakin' Sally and Get Outside, which immediately follows it. And, or do I? Which do I have here? Yep, that's Sneakin' Sally. I think it's either Pressure Drop. No, it's Some People Who Do What They Like, that I had other songs on there that I really loved. Some People Do What They Like has a Hard Head on it, which is a really cool reggae thing. This is Sneakin' Sally, so I'm going to just, well, no, I can't actually do that, can I? So I'm going to grab a section from the middle, copy, make a new thing, paste it, and normalize it, because I don't think I have any skips to worry about here. And we probably know what this song is. It is just the funkiest thing ever. And I want to see what some of that stuff shows up like. So we're going to do this, but we're not going to do this all day long. As interesting as it can be, we're not going to do this all day long. Instead, I'm looking to do some more coding today, and I'm going to switch over to the laptop. Yep, so yeah, when they sing, off it goes. It does leave a lot of space. I wonder whether this one, because I'm betting that this one goes for maximum hype quite a lot, but as a rule, it almost has more vibe stuff in it. Simply because there's so much space in this mix. I don't know if I have metering that would actually try to reward this. It would be interesting if it did, though. Like if I took it from this and I adjusted it further to go for full vibe, what I'd be doing is trying to dial in the high frequency to RMS balance, most likely. And that might be worth a try, assuming I can remember how to do all of the GitHub tag stuff and everything. But the thing is, this is dropping off a bit because I can do the hype section and it really registers. But the bass groove of the song, you can kind of see where the frequencies and peak energy, they're lining up, but they're lining up slightly different, as if the whole thing needs to be trimmed back. For instance, this section in here is all the vibe in the world. And you can kind of see how the body of the music sits. Oh, for heaven's sake, why is it trying to run ads? I have to edit this. Give me a second. I'm going to jump in and immediately fix that. I won't do that now. There's really no reason, because it's not like it makes me any money anyhow. I don't really make any money from this, but I do things, and that's the part that's interesting. Anyway, you see how when we do this, there's this cloud of stuff here, and then you see a cloud of stuff there, but they don't line up. If they did, it would be going all blue, because it's measuring how closely these things line up. But it's not, because it's a chill sounding tune, but it's kind of on the bassy side. And that suggests it might be worth me fooling with... Oh, do you mean hit songs on the meter had the points on the zero crossing meter are all showing up as blue? Or the points down in the bass are all showing up as blue? At any rate, I do actually have something I can experiment with now. So that's probably worth doing. We'll not save that. And we'll jump back in and see whether I can make that one little adjustment. Because I have probably got all the tools I need. And then all I have to do is go back into my vibe measurements and basically erase all of them and do them over again. Because of course I do. Every time I redesign this, like if I carefully make sure that I don't touch any of the hype measurements, because that's reading correctly, I should be able to dial it in so that the vibe measurements are really connecting with stuff like, you know, I'm reminded of the Fleetwood Mac song off of Bare Trees, a Sentimental Lady, where it completely falls off the meter and fails, but it fails because it's all bassy. But it really does have a pretty good amount of vibe to it. And supposing I identify something that is very much vibe and no hype, and make this work with that so that the medium setting on the control would be targeting that as well. So that's probably worth doing before I get into the reverb stuff that I want to do. Because I do want to do reverb stuff today as well. But now that I mention it, this is the part, specifically this term here, that term there, is what is going to work differently. And if my measurement for peak on the vibe meter is slightly smaller, it'll line up differently. So I got some decisions to make. And this is how we do that. Height goes from 0 to 1. If we make peak L both here and peak R, if we make this become a different term where if height is smaller, I can kind of exaggerate this more and more as it goes. Like, because if we do simply this, like, I'm moving stuff around so that I can still see chat. Don't mind me. Doing the best I can. I don't know anything about the Heavy Nova album. Hi, Bailey Carla. So we're not going to get there immediately with this, but this is the kind of thing that you could do. Is now that's not going to do anything, but in a minute it will. So if we multiply it by that, what we have now is a thing where it falls off the meter and fails because what we're doing is we're making the peak meter measure at literally 0. And we're trying to, the way that it needs to work is we have a larger number and it's supposed to balance out. When peak and slew balance, that's when we have that factor getting larger. Seriously? Robert Palmer did that? I'm trying to look at the chat and see whether that's actually true. Damn, that's something. So yeah, like I said, if we do this, it's not going to give us anything useful. But what we can do is add even more parentheses, because we're going to make this go from 1 to something else. We'll start with 2, meaning it will go from 2 to 3. And then if you divide it by 3, let's also put the floating point signs in there. So now what we've got is a setup where if it is at full height, it's the same as it was, but the farther you get down, the more you're weighting those to be, oh, okay. That is extraordinary. I really have no idea what that would even sound like. Go Robert Palmer, man. That's kind of awesome. I love it. I haven't even heard it and I love it. So what we can do now is get that builds folder out of the way. And let's jump right back into where Sneak and Sally lives. And that's actually Hey Julia. This isn't the best choice for this, but it's not bad. Should be able to normalize that just fine. So this should be vibey as anything. And now if we throw on our effect using the new arrangement, it'll let me, oh, is somebody asking what I was doing? So what should happen now is as I move it over to vibe, it should start this stuff lighting up more. But how much? We don't know yet, but we'll find out. Oh, boom. Yeah. I'm going to say that's a big success. We're really able to make it weight different things. And in fact, that's giving me a very powerful result. So you see what's happening? Is we can set it to maximum hype, and then the loudest, most abrasive things happen. But if we get this adjusted right and set it to 100% maximum vibe, probably aiming it after songs that were in fact enormous hits, but were clearly vibe songs rather than hypey songs, and dial it in, like tune it to work with that. Because we can tune it right down until it's making all of this stuff be optimal. Because that's what it's doing. It's making all of that stuff be optimal. And we can even see how that it changes so that the hype is all kind of upper mid-range. Vibe tends to be all about low frequencies, bass and stuff. So that's a good start. That's a good start. Hey, Marshall. And I am guardedly happy with what we got out of that. And here we have all of this stuff that I now need to go and do over. Because all the stuff that's listed here, this is the stuff I want to rank on maximum vibe and see how different it gets. The AC/DC will probably still act okay, but we're probably going to lose some vibe from tracks like Photograph. That said, oh yeah, and we've got burial tracks in here too. That's not the only one. There were several tracks that did a very high hype, like Raver did very well that way. I wonder if I can go to some of the ones I haven't actually measured and try to work out what just registers most as, like, for example, Bring on the Night should be very vibe. Have I got... I'm trying to see whether I've got this tucked. Well, first of all, I don't know. First of all, maybe I will undo some of these things now because we're going to do them over. Or I'm going to do them over on my own time. I'm not spending all day doing this again. This will take... Oh, excuse me. Out of there. This will take me ages to do. I don't have to do it only on stream. Stuff like Boston should register very high on vibe measurements. Stuff like Def Leppard should probably be pushing more towards hype. Born in the Bayou should be registering very strongly on vibe measurements. And I'm sure I've got some Police in... Oh, yeah. Every Breath You Take needs to rate very, very highly on maximum vibe. The whole feel of that song is just... And I've got Tia and the Sahara in here, too. That's also a synchronicity track. That's also something that really should rate super high on vibe. And I already know it will die the death on hype. So as you can see, the only thing I'm changing is the vibe setting. And I think this is going to lead towards even more useful results if I can get it really dialed in. What I'd like to do, see, Marshall, that's exactly what I'm trying to decide. what I'd like to do is bring in some stuff like that Fleetwood Mac track. Like, Sentimental Lady is a Fleetwood Mac hit. It's not a big hit, but then it's almost completely lacking in hype. But it is in fact a hit. So it should measure. And I should be able to dial it in. Vangelis, likewise, that should. Synchronicity 2, that's a louder, more aggressive song, but measured by vibe, it should be way higher than that. All of the Synchronicity album is vibe for days. Bassy stuff, I'm not sure how that's going to affect it. Oh, I can edit these in order to put in the formatting that I'm using. Yeah, I got to tell the record store owner from which I bought the new records, which are actually, some of them are no good. Let's see. How must I do this? I must do this like this. There we go. It's not really her fault. It was a particular guy out there who basically had all of his stuff set up like just stacks upon stacks of these vinyl records that you never see in fancy plastic jackets for everything, as if it's incredibly valuable. Occasionally they'll say things like mint or whatever, but they're all looking extremely posh and fancy, and they're all priced like $30 to $70. It was hysterical. And I thought that meant that they would be flawless, which is not true. They were not nearly as flawless as I would have liked. That said, it was still, I think, worth doing. I don't know if I have... Yeah, in Shake Your Booty on Flakes, he goes into a parody of, I think, Bob Dylan. And it's just a bunch of California people in general. I don't think he's specifically going after the Eagles. Steely Dan and the Eagles dueled with each other a little bit. So let's see. What have we here? Because some of this stuff, like... Yes, with Owner of a Lonely Heart and Leave It, are Trevor Horn productions, which are probably going to be much more vibe happy than some of the other ones. But let's go and do some measurements, because I've got this new meter, right? So I have just changed how it behaves. And as such, what I'll do is just sort of get it going, doing this, but then let's see how it registers on more of a vibe basis and less of a hype basis. And we'll figure out to what extent, because basically I need to not have it lean so heavily in this direction that it starts being like, yeah, Brian Eno. Well, actually, that's logical. If Brian Eno tracks are maximum vibe, then so be it. But it still needs to be thinking in terms of hit records rather than simply anything that has a extended sound. That shouldn't count as vibe. So here's where hype is, here's where vibe is. And the interesting thing about this, this is starting to look like the kinds of results I'll want to get out of it. It's just a question of whether everything works this way now or not. Because you'll see it is also tending to hover around stuff in the dynamic levels where it needs to be. And so the chorus is losing vibe, but gaining hype. It's doing an actual switch from mood to mood. And then this section should go right back to vibe again, and I think that is more or less what's happening. But again, it needs to be dialed in just right so that it's actually returning reasonable results rather than just ranking highly for everything, no matter what it is. And so when I'm asked, because I was asked earlier, like, well, what does this mean? What does it do? There's your problem. I have to make it not respond to just general sound and respond to stuff that is incredibly well mixed and really works super well on these grounds. So now what I'm wondering, seeing as it's doing so well on vibe, if I lean it a little bit over towards hype, do we start losing this or maximizing it? Lean a little bit over that way. Honestly, I'm fairly happy with having this set up to, like, the fact that we went into the chorus and it immediately lost vibe. I think that's accurate. I think it's accurate that when this song switches to maximum hype, or at least steps up a notch, that's where you start not having the soporific quality, the hypnotic thing going on. Yeah. What is my favorite Yes album? I'm also a giant fan of Close to the Edge. It meant a lot to me growing up. Let's see, if you go to halfway, then everything rates about equally, and then only when you, so we can make that one score extraordinarily high the way it's set up right now. What else have we got kicking around? This is an example I really wanted to try out. See that spike? That is a drum hit. It's a legitimate sound. And that's what you get when you have, like, early 70s, pre-Buckingham and Nicks Fleetwood Mac getting a hit. Is sometimes their hits were heavy-duty rock and roll stuff. And sometimes their hits were they were Fleetwood Mac and they were capable of being incredibly chill. That's more or less what we see here. So I want to see how this measures on the meter and whether we're able to make it do its thing or whether it's kind of underselling it. So when you say, does hype relate to a bigger crest factor, one of the things you have to have is high peak energy, like loud peak energy. Otherwise, it's not really going to be very hype at all. But it's not only bigger crest factor, because you also have to have constant activity in the peak energy. Kind of like you see here, we have constant activity in this sort of chill zone. And it's probably going to even continue to rise in the, I think it should actually be peaking out. There's the chorus. So it should be able to lift it up into a zone where, it would, if we don't do as much of this alteration, because if I do this much of the alteration, it just becomes really focused on it gets this idea in its head that like, yeah, what you have to do to have a hit record is have everything really bassy and warm. And that's what we have here. But I'd like it to lift as it goes into the chorus of this song. And I have an idea as to what might help that to happen. So what we're doing to get that to happen, we have this, the slider that goes 0 to hype is a variable that goes from 0 to 1. If we have peak L minus slew L, or peak R minus slew R, and peak L times 1, it's the same measurement that it is for the hype meter. So it's looking for basically the same balance. The farther I drop down the peak meter, the more likely it is that they will intersect over a bassier kind of sound, a warmer, thicker, less bright and hypey sound. It is tending to focus on areas of balance between these two things where it favors a balance that is bassier and tries to reject a balance that is brighter. And the reason that it's doing it as much as it is because I have it at height plus 2 divided by 3. And that means rather than going from 0 to 1, the total thing that we're doing is going from, 0.66666, etc., to 1. Now, the more we add to these numbers, the smaller the change is between the smallest setting on the meter and the largest setting on the meter. We've got it taking it down by about a third. We could make it go to plus 3 and divide it by 4, or plus 4 and divided by 5, and so on and so forth. As we keep doing that, it will make less and less of a change the farther we go. Because we've already established it's capable of highlighting that. It's capable of highlighting the warmer, bassier, less aggressive tones of like this Fleetwood Mac hit. I might also need to dial the whole thing back just a hair, because I feel like it's registering very, very intensely. And which I'm not sure is necessary. The fascinating thing about this is this might be leading towards registering real differently with each setting of the thing. Like you measure only hype and you get one result, and you measure only vibe and you get a completely different result that penalizes and punishes all the previous stuff. Let's see whether we can step closer to not having a big change. Again, hype plus 4 divided by 5 rather than plus 2 divided by 3. It's going to make much less of a change. Oh, I did also want to dial it back. The thing I think that it will be able to do for that is I can take that from times 11 to times 10. And there's a maximum amount that you can hit, and we're going to leave that at 6.18, and we do all this other math. I've got some modern pop productions in the testing pool for some values of modern. That said, people are always mad for, please can I have a console version that sounds like the EMI Red consoles or so on. People want the Trident Day range. People want SSL consoles. All this different kinds of stuff. People are constantly gravitating towards these classic hits back in the day when you could do this and it was produced and put out on records with actual peak energy and slew energy that balances. So yeah, if you see anything while watching me go through all of this and you want to have that checked out, for instance, J. Giles Band Centerfold and Freeze Frame are somewhat more modern. They're definitely in this. Ooh, I could look at Fire and Rain, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to see how Sentimental Lady registers. Because that's one where if you try to measure it on the basis of hype, it totally fails. Incredibly low score. And we want to see whether we can make it register quite a bit higher than that. And in this case, yeah, we're only just getting ramped up. Yeah, it seems to be doing pretty good for itself. Again, like I said, what I'm going to try to make this do, because I'm balancing all these factors against each other, I'm going to try to make it increase in vibe as the song increases in vibe, at my sense of what that is. And that's going to be partly the density of sound. Like, rather than it being sparse, it fills out and becomes bigger and richer. That should increase vibe. Much like having yeah. Say no more. That's exactly what I was looking to see happen. That absolutely nails what I was looking to see happen. And if we were measuring hype, it wouldn't even be there at all. So the idea there is this particular song, it's sound density. It is sound density going on here, which is one of the reasons why people suggesting that you make hit records, why they will tend to insist that you keep having stuff going on. My sense of this song is that as it goes into this pre-chorus section, and you may or may not recognize it, but I'm not streaming it directly, the vibe kind of ramps up, and then as you hit the chorus, it's this big, full, flowing feeling that should also correspond to what we're seeing, these spikes in the meters. The question is whether other stuff that I've got will fail to do that. What I need to be able to do is play like the rowdy AC/DC and have it fail really hard on vibe, because it doesn't have any relaxation to it at all. I need to have stuff not register well on this meter when the meter is set wrongly to cover it. And although I think it's fair to say that the vibe factor of this track is really strong, I'm not sure it's like AA strong. It's beginning to do what I wanted to see it do, as far as rating very well on the whole. And then when it goes into the big, the chorus of this one is like a hug. The chorus of Sentimental Lady is this big, swinging, warm thing that is deeply satisfying, and what I would consider vibe. It's a very good demonstration of what vibe can mean. Eventually, I will do measurements and make myself some CDs to take in the car, CDRs anyhow, a bunch of MP3s out of it, where it'll be the greatest hits of hype and the greatest hits of vibe, or like different energy levels. And this is what I would expect to see. Oh yeah, no, see, the heart of all of this is that I'm deeply offended by how all modern production throws away peak energy. I consider peak energy to be central to having good sound at whatever level. And so you kind of need to be able to have the energy work properly. That's kind of what we're looking at here, in the sense of I'm trying to design it around being able to do this stuff. And I've got a couple of other thoughts. I feel comfortable in saying that while this track should in fact be very high in vibe, I don't think it should be literally double A, because I mean there's songs like Don't Stop Believing, there's songs like Wheel in the Sky that I could play over this. Hall & Oates' She's Gone is probably another good example. There's just a lot of Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. There's just a lot of stuff where even if I've got the range dialed in appropriately, I think the meter's too hot on the vibe meter. We're going to dial it back quite strikingly. Go from 11 to 8. And see what we get. Because one of the things that's happening with this is that the hype meter is for the hottest of peaks. And so you can get it to peg out just fine. Vibe meter, since it's not the hottest of peaks, it's going to be triggered a lot more easily, which means stuff is going to turn blue and register high in the meter more easily. So I need to start it at a lower level. Otherwise, all the things with even remote amount of vibe are going to rate really high. Rhiannon is another one where that's all the vibe all the time. And we're going to go back into here and see what this does. I can. I'm not going to this very instant. See? Now we see it rating a lot lower, but by the time we hit the first chorus, we should probably still be seeing some stuff registering fairly high. Like, we're not supposed to be able to make the vibe meter peg right off the charts just on that alone. It should have to hit the chorus before it really takes off. Oh, also, I haven't adjusted it appropriately. Here we go. So here we have that sort of mid-rangey section, and we're heading into the chorus, and the chorus is the one that should light up like crazy. And I think it's doing that. I'm adjusting the intensity with which those particular points get up to a really high score, because I know I can make them optimized for this exact vibe. And again, with the hype meter, there's very little hype, but vibe sits elsewhere. It sits pretty much in the range that I've got it sitting. And since this is metering vibe, when it drops back to the quiet section, it doesn't really lose all that much. Not as much as if you were trying to make it meter hype, at which point everything just kind of, weirdly enough, it's still registering some hype, but that's because this meter is a factor of all these things combined. And one of the things is finding a little instance where the brightness and peak energy are synergizing with each other. Looks like it's heading for B or A territory, and that's probably where it belongs. A burial is interesting. Let me show you burial briefly. I will straight up quit out of there. Oh, it's not going to be here, is it? Hang on. I told the lady at the record store to check out Burial and go and look for the album Untrue. This is what burial sounds like. It is literally early dubstep. And if you measure it on the meter, which I can leave it playing a little longer, at the same section, the way that registers on the meter is like this. It goes quite loud, but burial is very dark in tone. And the parts that are loud are typically bass. It has loud bass and the occasional bright sound, which is typically not so bright that it's obnoxious. And let's check out what it does with the vibe meter. Okay. Still registers. It's just, it's so loud and bassy that it kind of needs to lean on that. It's not necessarily the earliest of dubstep either, but it is on the earlier side. So let's see, what else can we look at here? Oh, here's another. What does Crosby, Stills, and Nash harmony vocals act like on a vibe meter? I feel like this is going to be a pretty impressive performance. How much? I don't know. I'm also a little concerned that it's making the middle sections not really count for anything, but more experimenting is due for that. At any rate, this shouldn't really be doing very much yet, and it's not, because it's just an acoustic guitar intro. And that's interesting. So our quieter stuff, it's all about the vibe. And then we can make it lean towards the higher and louder bits. Literally, this is progressively emphasizing more and more intense harmonies as we move the adjustment. So this is one of the chillest songs out of the CSN first album. That bit where they go the empty place inside is a little bit more in the hypey side. Did he hear a goodbye? That's a loud bit. That should be hype, and it is. So my concern is that we can make these be big values here and here, but I'm wondering whether the middle section needs some help. Because it feels like we're just striking a median balance and it's not actually going to... Like, I see how this is making intense values pop up at each extreme. And again, we can make the hype parts hit an extreme too, but then when we go to the middle parts, it's like it's not actually... We don't seem to be able to get to the same behavior. And we should be... This is probably a good target for figuring out how to make this work. Because I think it's correct that this should rate super high on vibe. And if we played it all the way through, I bet it would. We kind of dialed it back a little bit, though. Hey, Samantha and Siva. And again, You see over in the end there, heavy, heavy, and in the middle kind of falls off, and I don't think it should. It shouldn't have big spikes of the darkness of that blue there. We should be able to make it also register highly in the middle setting. So that's a part that needs work. I'm doing the hit record meter, and it assigns a grade from Z to quadruple A. We're going to go in and do all that kind of stuff. So I feel like this measurement is actually working out fine. But this dot size stuff needs a little help. What can I do to make it better at that? Well, one thing I'm trying to think of whether I can make it go nonlinear so that it's a little bit like the sine-based pan control. Although that's the opposite effect that I want. That's not right. What the heck? Grr. Well, while I'm thinking about that one, I'm going to tune this a little bit more. I feel like maybe I can push a little farther with this. So we're going to push a little farther with that, and then go back to one of the ones that's extremely vibey. If I can remember what I'm doing. REM should be very vibey, although I wanted to stick to ones I'd already looked at. That said, I'm confused enough, I might as well go look at the REM. This should be off the charts vibe-wise. Let's find out. Seems pretty accurate. You go to hype and it's a very different arrangement. So you can kind of see what this means. That I'm able to do it very well this way. And this was a hit. This counts. And then if we do hype, it is also featuring different aspects. But then if I put it in the middle, the combination is not as big as either of them, and that's worrisome to me. Because in theory, the combination should maybe be even bigger than either one. Like, you should be able to set it up so that if you're pushing for maximum hype at all times, that doesn't get you the mainstream appeal. I don't know. I don't know, Florian. I do know that this is doing a good job of representing what this music is about. It's hard to get more vibe than this album of REMs. It really should be top marks there, and I think it is doing a pretty good job of being top marks there. Like, ideally, you'd have it so it's like, this is rated A or rated AA, and then other comparably good songs don't actually rate as high in vibe because maybe they're too aggressive. This is really quite non-aggressive. It always helps when they kind of sustain, when they keep a groove going. That helps for either kind of thing. I think in this point it pushed and became a little hypier. And sure enough, if I look at what the dots are doing, that's where it would move into a more hype zone. If we were evaluating it on the basis of that, then it would be giving us different values. But we analyze it on the value of vibe alone, meaning that it's registering lower. It might not register at all, Jonathan. The real hope here is that I can make it be a mixed tool where if you tailor your decisions towards the energy level you want to produce, it helps you successfully make that vibe that you want to produce. Whether you're targeting hype or relative hype or much more in the way of vibe or whatever, it should be able to tell you you're going a little too far or you're not enough energy or something. And the flow of an album or something would be like, do I want a more hypey track here? Do I want a more vibey track here? And so on. So let's see. So we've got very hypey. Let's take a moment. And go and evaluate something that is very, very hype and see if it is punished for not being vibe. This is Beatles, so I absolutely have to use content hide D. So in theory, I can make it so that it doesn't rate very highly on this track because it's too aggressive. That said, it's still a hit record. Because it's still a hit record, it shouldn't just be not rating at all. I wonder whether the Def Leppard stuff is so finely tuned that you can get it to not rate very high, simply because it's so aggressive. Because like the bass and drums and things for this are not as aggressive. It's mostly the voices that are carrying it. You can see that up in the louder ranges where hype lives, there's just a lot going on. Also, interestingly enough, in this breakdown, it loses vibe. And in this section, it's gaining a little vibe. But pretty much, yep, and this part is full hype and doesn't have very much vibe to it at all. That's fair. Yeah, so the target is designing this so that it is telling you accurate things regarding, is this song vibey and chill and relaxed, or hypey and dramatic and aggressive? And it needs to be able to go to the middle section without falling off a cliff, which I don't know if that actually is going to work. But this is probably a good way to find out, because this is one where I know it is super high on the purely hype factor, and it is also consistent. Like if anything registers really high in the middle and like splits the difference, it should be this. Which implies that there are songs that would register better in the middle than at either extreme, which would make sense. So yeah, we not that great on the vibe only measurement. And we'll do another little run, exactly splitting the difference. Because what I would like to see is whether this rate's even lower than C, which should not happen. I had a hunch that that was the direction things were going, where it can rate incredibly high in hype, similarly to things like AC/DC and so on. And I can measure it on the basis of vibe, and since it's such a hit song, it's going to show up pretty well anyhow. But if we do this, it should either split the difference or end up rating very high, even though we haven't made any correction between the two things. We've just set it to the middle. And I had a feeling that if you set it to the middle, it doesn't actually help you. That's a sort of median groove. It's a groove where it's supposed to have some warmth to it. This is a hypier section. Okay. Okay, I'm guardedly optimistic about this. The way we've got it set up, I'm kind of optimistic about this. Because I didn't have to go to full hype like this. Watch the dots. I didn't have to go to full hype to get it up to AA level. It got up there quite comfortably all by itself. Makes you wonder what kinds of things will make it to AAA level this way. And yeah, it is continuing to rise throughout. Where its energy sits seems to be appropriately positioned for mainstream. I'm gonna say having that little slider in the middle is more predictive of mainstream success. And that you should be able to sort of guess based on what kind of song you think it is. In other words, this was a very aggressive song, but I'm not going to necessarily call it the most hype song imaginable. And it made it neatly to AA just from having this control be in the middle, because so much lit up in its energy as it was going. If I pushed it to hype, different areas would light up and there would still be lots of it there. If I pushed it to vibe, it would start to fall off because it rocks a little bit too hard to really claim that. Suggesting okay, so what else do I have? Well, firstly, let's set that up for measurement later. I'm going to want to go in there. I'm not that familiar with that song, Jonathan. Oh, and I'm hitting the wrong keys and everything. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, so let's look at something that is really aggressive, like Let There Be Rock. That's really aggressive. If we evaluate this on vibe, it's going to die a death. Let's evaluate on mainstream and see if it still manages to make it to AA, or if this one is that much more aggressive than the Beatles would be the hope. Like, I should be able to play it with this set dead center, and this particular track should not do as well as it would if you set it for maximum hype. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily true. It might do just fine. But the way this works is if you set it to hype, you get a lot more intensity. And if you set it to vibe, no, it doesn't really. It's AC/DC. Bon Scott has no patience or time for vibe. I think it is going to do what I suggested it would. I also bet you that since it is so aggressive that it starts to fall off even on maximum hype, like as you get into those guitar endings and the way it ends up, it starts burning itself out even set to maximum hype. Where those guitars come in. This is the stuff that rates really high on hype, but it doesn't necessarily rate well on vibe or mainstream appeal, even though it's doing some of the right things. Like, it's cranking away, never letting the energy flag, keeping a cloud of information happening, rather than stopping and giving you silence. Florian, no, I don't think I could. You have no idea how many values go into this. There's far too many values. Now to remind you, this is like mainstream appeal. For full hype, it looks a lot better. For full vibe, it looks a lot worse. You don't necessarily want to be listening to this era AC/DC for vibing and chilling. Yeah, C at best for vibe. It might actually do a little bit better than that, but here's one of the things, though. I mean, it's a great song. It's a hit song. I'm just trying to make this determine what kinds of songs it wants to see. Here's something I can check out. The Pretenders' Middle of the Road, which was a massive hit for them, and that should work as a mainstream hit as well. How much? That is my next question. It might be more hype-oriented, honestly. I guess we'll find out. It kind of rearranges things a little bit, but yeah, see, the changes I've made today to this mean that if you have a sort of background to the music that's kind of chill and supportive, it looks like that. This is where the hype factor goes, and this is where the vibe factor goes. And so if you have both, it should be. I'm still wondering whether I need to compensate for the having both. Because I'm basically doing a straight crossfade between the two. I wonder whether I should be scaling the hype factor according to the position of the knob too. Because yeah, like that shifts down. This is just these and they only get louder or quieter, but if I adjust this part to where if you dial back the hype factor, then these dots also start looking to be slightly less aggressive. And the way I would do that is like this. See where this says this stuff? From the peak L to the slew L. I can simply copy and paste that, but then we're going to be adjusting peak R to the slew R. Then we're going to be adjusting the amount with which it drops off. Because for this one, we don't want it to drop off as, oh, what's going on here? What have I done wrong? I've clearly done something wrong. What does it need? It needs this. That's what it needed. Okay. And now what I want to do is make it lean harder towards the hype zone at all settings. So instead of being hype plus 4 divided by 5, I'm going to make it tilt even harder than that. So I wonder... I could straight up double it. Well, I don't know about that. How about 6 and 7? So now what's happening with this is we're doing that same adjustment, which is going to lean the sweet spot for where these sonorities need to live down just a little bit. I could also exaggerate it slightly, but I'm not sure if I need to think about that right now. Like, what if well, see, the trouble with that is that if I change how the hype factor works, I end up needing to throw away all these ratings, and I don't want to do that. Oh dear, I don't want to do that. Ugh. Appalling. Okay, here's an interesting thing I can look at. This is Van Halen, Feel Your Love Tonight. Massive hit. Evaluated purely on hype, it's only a B. That should be... I assume let's be absolutely sure. Hit build, make sure I've got that. So this should not only show up, but it should do a lot better at a medium sort of setting than it would if you were only demanding maximum hype out of it. Because it's one of those Van Halen songs where it's pretty chill. And now if we adjust these things, brighter, deeper, so it's maybe not purely mainstream. You also get to see kind of where the energy sits in relation to that zero cross meter. Because as we manipulate this, look at the zero cross meter. It's sort of just shifting and changing like crazy around what it's willing to optimize. So if you had stuff being very, very mainstreamy, it would be sitting around kind of like this. If you wanted full hype, you'd be looking at this distribution. And if you wanted full vibe, well, it's a little bit too aggressive for that. But yeah, sort of the intensity of everything kind of evolves here as you go. So let's start it over. Let's start it over, and the setting for this one would be literally covering the word hype, meaning it's a little more hypey than mainstream, but it's not full-on AC/DC madness. And what I'm wondering is if it's going to be able to score higher than B. Because if I'm correct about this, if I lean the meter's measurement system in the direction that it's trying to accomplish, it should do better. Because it's not attempting to go to maximum hype, but it's definitely going to be more of it than just straight up mainstream. And yeah, that's what we're looking at right now, is whether this does better, being set to a more mainstreamy kind of setting. Because we've now got the adjustments adjusted in such a way where maybe it's still too much though. I'm kind of staring at some of those peaks and seeing the way that their density modulates as I fool with the control. I know I'm not going to get a particularly high score when setting it to purely vibe. I feel as if this should read well on a median kind of setting. Maybe leaning a little bit towards hype. Maybe it's more hype than I think. Okay. Yeah. Mission accomplished. If you tell the meter to not be quite as hyped and crazy, this one scores better than it did. It started out being able to make it to C, and now it's able to make it to B. Meanwhile, that stuff there seems to be more or less sitting in about the same zone. Which kind of follows. That kind of makes sense. Neat. I've got other stuff there too, like what if you check out Please Don't Stand So Close to Me and tell it to be mainstream? How's that work out? I'm going to go and break for a moment and make another cup of coffee. But I'm curious as to how this one's going to work out. Because this is very much one where it did not do exceptionally well when evaluated as 100% hype, partly because the loudness balance of it doesn't lend itself to being all about the hype. That said, I think it's a little bit too bright and aggressive to be fully vibe. A quick glimpse there. Yeah, this is all hype, that's all vibe. So it's got some of that, but probably calling it purely mainstream might be the correct target. I still feel like I should put a slight bump in the middle just to emphasize, because when I do this, I don't actually see the maximum peaks for either of these things, and I feel that they should be able to rise higher than that. Excuse me. Yeah, when we're getting into a zone like this, where it's clearly doing a lot of things right, it should be scoring more easily. I feel like it should be possible to target it straight at its default setting, which is mainstream, middle of the road, and have that give you performance that rivals the hypest of hypes. Because again, hit record meter needs to not be only about excitement and hysteria and all of that kind of stuff. It needs to be able to wear well. It needs to be able to fit in. Hit records need to be able to fit into people's lives rather than just taking them over. They can't be too chill, but they should probably also not be too crazy. And that's where the hype end of the meter falls off. Okay, so that's an E, and it's still an E. So here's the one where we could put an adjustment in there. Now, how would I go about doing that? We'll take that and multiply it by something. Technically, that's multiplying it by nothing right now, but we're not done. So, I'm still thinking in terms of some kind of sine-based thing, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily even the desired result, though. Let me have a quick look at chat, which is still there, but not really saying anything. I wonder whether sometimes people don't want to distract me from this stuff as I try to figure these things out. So let's see. There's a start. More parentheses. Forever parentheses. So if I do a sine hype, it's not going to be useful. If I do sine hype times 3.1415, it will be 0 at each extreme and ramp up to a larger number. That could be useful. The question is how much of it is useful. Also, how much do I need to scale that the heck back down again? But we can start with the simplest case of just making it work at all. Let's see, where's my other thing? Here it is. In fact, let's just take that number. We're already using a number. Okay, so now what we got is for either full vibe or full hype, we're not adding anything extra. But now if we have the middle amount, we are as much as doubling everything. The question is that excessive? And there ain't but one way to find out. Let's go back to this one. That didn't do what I wanted it to. There we go. And let's skip ahead a little bit because we need to get it rolling. Come on, off you go. So here's full hype, here's full vibe, but I think we're adding far too much. Now it does this. That's way too much. That'll make everything the hugest of hits. We don't want that. So let's immediately go and start trying to fix that. And we do that by keeping the 1.0, but scaling the output of this sine. Oops. Because we don't want it to get nearly as big as that. Doubling the size, not what we want at all. How about a tenth of the size? How about a quarter of the size? An eighth of the size, something like that. We'll see what a quarter of the size looks like. That seemed to type correctly. No, it didn't. I just turned on caps lock. Alrighty. So now we have all of this, and it still multiplies by 1, but if we have it set to the middle, it's doing that sine-shaped curve where you benefit from having it in the middle. But then it's, rather than having a huge amount of extra boost, it's just adding a quarter as much. You're multiplying by a maximum of 1.25. And let's see whether that still seems like too much. Again, we should be able to do better than E, considering that this is very much a pop song, and it should rate quite well this way. You go to hype, you're focusing only on that. Going to vibe, you're focusing only on these. Might be still a little bit too much, I'm not sure. Let's reset it again and start straight up from here. Would I count this as more vibey or more hypey, I wonder? I think I'd count it as a little bit more hypey. So it would have to rise above E, and it does, but to the extent that it completely reinvents itself and becomes a super high scoring track, I wonder. Also, we should be able to take some of the, oh, look, there it goes. It's continuing to try harder. some of these ones that score very highly on the maximum vibe setting should maybe fall off a little bit when evaluated as fully mainstream. The conceptual equivalent of that would be having it so that the song that would work really well on a soft rock station would fail on a hard rock station or a mainstream top 40 station. I'm thinking a Sentimental Lady there. That's one that should really register better on the mellowest sides of the vibe. As far as purely mainstream, I think this is doing what it's supposed to regarding this one being, shall we say, optimally tuned. This was a big hit for the Police. It should be doing well. Oh, let's have a look at a Creedence track by the same token. So I haven't looked at this one yet on Max Vibe. Let's have a little peek for what that famous intro does there. Oh, interesting. We can tell it to be mainstream, and all of a sudden, all kinds of things are happening. Again, the way this moves, the way this works, is it'll modulate these points based on what the setting is, and it'll do that on the fly. So we can kind of try to find a sort of target area for some of that. So the question is, would this rate better? It's pretty good. It's already pretty good. I feel that's pretty legit. The React guys, Andy and Alex, have a term of lost in the sauce for stuff like this, where it's just continuing a groove so compellingly that they just lose track of everything. If there was anything that would be breaking for the highest echelons of mainstream pop music, this would be a pretty good candidate for mainstream, just sort of grooving, middle of the road pop music. We got a little spike in intensity up there. The whole thing is very fussy about the bits that sort of max out. Like, it's very fussy in certain ways. You can more or less see how the relative positions target amplitude-wise. And they're also targeting brightness-wise. And I think that does a pretty good job of tailoring where stuff belongs along that vibe hype spectrum. This is making things a little bit more complicated, though, as far as the evergreens thing is concerned. Because now everything has its own little, like there's an adjustment to make. Although we could always fall back on just purely evaluate everything on the basis of mainstream. You do that, and then the scream in that Skrillex song no longer pegs out maximum possible score, but you still get some. What other kinds of things can we see in here? Oh, let's go back to Every Breath You Take. Never mind the Van Halen for now. Let's assume this is the most mainstream thing you could possibly get, and that there's a huge advantage to having a super mainstream thing. So we leave this control exactly in the middle where it starts. I do wonder whether there's room for like throwing the golden ratio stuff in there, but I think maybe mainstream is the way to go here. We're going to see how Every Breath You Take registers. And it's already starting to rise, even though we have no singing yet at all. Starts up pretty quickly, though. And let's just do that mainstreaming measurement. I confess I've made it more complicated for myself. Now I have to specify whether something is being measured on the basis of vibe or hype or mainstream. And there's a spectrum that you can target with those things, but it's meant to be a tool rather than just analysis of past things, so there's that. Is this actually more of a vibe than I thought? Back to the mainstream. Maybe the chorus is where this is going to break for a really high score. Because remember, evaluated only on the basis of hype, it didn't really do all that well. It was like an H or something. Actually, let's see how it managed a J, even lower. However, set to mainstream appeal, it's doing okay. Certainly a lot better than it was evaluated purely for hype. I don't want to get this too complicated. That's my concern. I want it to be able to give the information it needs to give, but I don't want it to become a completely baffling thing. Like right now, looking at this, what I'm curious about is as it settles into the end part with additional singing going on, is it going to respond well to that? We're going to switch into multiple vocals here quite soon, at which point it should start responding to things. Although perhaps not. Well, it does way the heck better than it did. Okay, so Cheap Trick managed to see on hype. But Cheap Trick is a very mainstreamy band. It's not that hypey. There's a lot more going on. And so I wonder whether Cheap Trick Surrender at Budokan is actually going to do incredibly well because it's more mainstream than the incredibly hyped things that I've attempted. This is them just beginning to play. They haven't even played yet. So this should be pretty much a picture of ultimate mainstream rock right there. These guys more or less nailed it that way. It's the combination of those edgy vocals, somewhat softer drums and guitars and things, and everything is very compressed and everything is very sort of continuous. I think that's a legit reading. Whereas if you go for hype, not as much. Vibe, not as much. I think that's absolutely a legit reading. This is almost the definition of like mainstream butt rock, irresistible. I mean, the Japanese audience went crazy for it. Everybody at this concert thought it was triple, quadruple A, awesomest thing ever. And in fact, it's going for a triple A reading. I think that is absolutely legit. What I need to do now is see whether some stuff off a Dark Side of the Moon goes for quadruple or whatever. Because Dark Side of the Moon did quite well hype-wise. Shall we find out? I confess to being a little curious as to whether this is going to try to make it to quadruple A. It's such a perfect example of the kind of song that seems mainstream. It's so mainstream in character. I also need to try, like, for instance, Journey Separate Ways. Bear in mind that the solo, oh, look at it go. The solo for Money ends up becoming extremely hype. So situations where the solo is super intense might lean it more in the way of hype, might make it be more aggressive. The way to register really high on the mid-range meter is by not being too wild. And these guys are really optimizing for that. I can fiddle with these controls. So if you lean over towards a little hype without being too over the top, actually this is a good time to try that. We'll lean them a little farther over and see whether they go even better at the end. I think no, they're still basically Cheap Trick. They're still basically middle setting. Breaking again into the AAA section and rising. It's not going to get to 4As, but That is a really solid score. Look, it keeps going. It's still hanging around being the highest possible setting you can have. Even as it fades, even as it fades. First live album by American band Cheap Trick. With 12,000 screaming Japanese fans nearly drowning out the band at times. Making of the band in their home country. Alternative to disco and soft rock. Sequels and reissues. Chart performance. It made it to number 4 on the US Billboard 200. 3 times platinum, 5 times platinum in Canada, platinum in the Netherlands, gold in Australia. Yeah, so triple platinum in like 1978. Triple platinum in 1978. I'm going to say that's a legit score. That is a legit reading. Meanwhile, Boston, Hitch a Ride. This is never going to rate very high on hype, but we're going to evaluate it on mid-range, on mainstream, because that's what happened with this band, was they blew up in mainstream. It looks to be claiming that even the intro guitars are just about perfect, which seems about right. I remember hearing this come over the radio. It always seemed kind of nice, like, oh, here we go, time to relax and enjoy the music. This is really interesting, pursuing this and being able to define stuff like, okay, here's where, I suppose in theory what you could do is have the meter and then have your track and automate it to where you go, okay, this is going to be basically chill, and then at this point it switches to hypest of all hype and see what it does for you, see where it gets you. Because it's evaluating this stuff directly under the moving bar at any given time. Yeah. And here's where it shifts into another gear, and that's exactly where it felt like it broke into AA territory, indeed. And again, what we're optimizing for is slightly different each time. We've got our hype factor, which is targeting really intense stuff, and the vibe factor is targeting much more laid-back stuff. And then they're both scaling according to the positioning of the meter, but not in such a way that it is really... It's going to be interesting to look at Def Leppard under these conditions. Easy AA, but that doesn't surprise me. Just looking at it, you can kind of see, like, this is how they do the thing. It's a bunch of compression. It's keeping energy happening at all times and having the energy be the right intensity level. If you set it to hype, you get one kind of intensity level. Vibe is another, and we've kind of, it's too high energy for that. So it's kind of like a maximum mainstream intensity level. Neat. Neat. And when you set it to evaluate only hype, you wind up getting these ebbs and flows based on how well it's doing that, and if it shifts into a higher gear, it loses the vibe and goes to do something else. Fair? Cool. Got that figured out. What else can we look at here? Ooh, here's one. It has a skip, but this is also a mainstream hit. YouTube became huge on the back of this stuff, and so in theory, although this did not rate very high, it managed to make it to D on the basis of hype alone. This, in theory, should go way higher with this medium setting. So, mainstreaminess. This is not when they started working, but they're continuing to work with Eno on the Joshua Tree. They started working with Lenoir and Eno on Unforgettable Fire, which I've also got, and which I've also recorded stuff on. This is kind of why I've had to run around buying records and things, is to be able to get the accurate sounds of the time and be able to analyze them in this way. It's going to be neat because this is where the Eagles are really going to come into their own. All the time that I was doing purely hype, the Eagles don't really qualify for that. They do not. I have a whole bunch of Bowie, and I haven't captured it to the computer anytime recently. That's going to be more days of work. But I'm going to want to grab all manner of Bowie. I've got like this thick of a stack of Bowie records. Definitely a big fan. But isn't that interesting how much this is taking off relative to what it used to do? Even before the vocals come in. The meter is claiming that this lead song off of the Joshua Tree album, which was a ginormous Titanic hit, is a hit song. And who am I to doubt it? What I'm wondering, because I have measured, again, I've measured this for hype. It makes it up to a D. And that's pretty much by the end. We did a similar thing where in Cheap Trick, it didn't really do very well until you rated it as a mainstream middle-of-the-road hit, at which point it blew the heck up, which makes sense. So to what extent is this going to just blow into the stratosphere as it continues to escalate? I think it's probably going to continue to rise. It's going to continue to focus in on that sort of hit record area where if they were a little more intense than that, they can't really get like AC/DC with this stuff. But they're also not soft rock either. If you really wanted to make soft rock, you'd need to turn the hype level quite far down. Or if you're doing like space ambient music. If you're doing ambient music, I bet you need to turn the hype level quite far down. And then it will tell you the zone you want to be in. The way it kind of registers is almost like when you, like, I could exaggerate the hype meter so that if you cranked it all the way, then even the guitar parts on Let There Be Rock, you'd be like, yeah, perfect. I don't think I'm going to want to, because right now the maximum setting on the hype meter equates to that scream in Skrillex's Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites, and I think that's kind of perfect. And a bunch of other correlations that seem good. But I'm happy with the shape of this. This is saying that in order for this to be a giant hit, it has to be evaluated as mainstream. It has to be evaluated as middle of the road. You can't evaluate it like some punk rock or AC/DC level wildness, because it doesn't really have that much on tap, but it is consistently hitting a somewhat lesser level. You could probably also take Bob Seger, and it would do super high here. And this is as far as it will get. This will not quite get to AAA. But boy, is it close. Man, is it trying hard. And then our outro is maintaining the energy quite well, honestly. Yeah, if this was evaluated as vibe, it pretty much ends up being vibe throughout. Yeah, so your experience in listening to it as a mid-range, middle-of-the-road person is that as the outro goes, you're just kind of basking in it. You just kind of enjoy the ride as it keeps going. Ooh. I keep saying ooh about these things. Vangelis. I have not looked at Vangelis with the most recent adjustments to vibe. Let's assume that Vangelis is attempting to be the vibiest, chillest thing imaginable. Although I do wonder whether I should be checking it out on the basis of middle of the road. Surely I should be leaving vibe for stuff like the soft rock that is specifically that, but this isn't quite. This is not quite soft rock alone. This is the Chariots of Fire theme, so it's supposed to have some hype to it, but it's really not going to have all that much. Not by rock and roll standards. Yeah, Bono has that kind of voice. Like, his projection is mostly more operatic. I was doing all the recording of Robert Palmer today, and man, I should put on Spanish Moon and see how it registers, because I'm pretty sure I can run that on this meter, or run pressure drop, something like that, and have it tell me that Robert Palmer is what you want to be hearing if you're pushing for maximum hype. And the vocal will light up most if it's set to hype. Although his background music won't be registering for being set to hype. But yeah, Robert Palmer has a little chainsaw of a voice that'll take your head off. And I think it's probably a little too much for purely mainstream. That said, some of his, like, there's a Be With You Tonight track that I captured that would probably work as a mainstream. Okay, apparently Chariots of Fire is pretty mainstream. Who knew? That is dialing it in real specifically. And again, the way that it does all of this is the hype factor is a particular combination of energy and slew. So when we go for vibe, we're dropping back substantially, and then it rewards much mellower combinations of energy and slew. Like it gets much softer. And in this mainstream stuff, it's rewarding this blend between the sort of soft, chill, warm, vibey stuff and stuff that has enough energy to light up. And yeah, this is, I think, pretty legitimately AA for mainstreamness. I think Vangelis's subsequent experience and what ended up happening with his career really kind of qualifies it pretty well for that being a legitimate reading. What else can we look at? Allman Brothers are pretty much mostly about vibe. I think I have some Foreigner. That's very mainstream. I never actually looked at Def Leppard, though. I feel rather silly that I only have this copy, but I mean, look at the number of things I've been having to record to do this work. I only happened to record this one off of this Def Leppard album, but there's clearly more that I should. So now let's have a look at dead center mainstream Mutt Lange production. How much does this guy just blow straight off the charts? Or is it designed to work better in the areas of hype? And does it not actually do as well if you're looking for a more middle-of-the-road approach? I know that on Hysteria, they made it to the pop stations, they made it to everything. And indeed, yeah, when things start kicking in, that's a lot of energy right there. We're probably heading in the direction of AA or maybe even AAA. Again, watch the blue dots. If I push it to hype, it shifts. And I think if I push it to vibe, yeah, it drops. I'll let it sit in the middle of the road. Yeah, I think it's going to stay about there. So what happens if we evaluate it at like halfway between middle of the road and hype? Does that give us anything extra? Just a little bit hotter than middle of the road. I was sort of looking at the pixel density there, because the way that we're tuning this, I'm quite capable of setting it up in such a way where I've adjusted it away from the sweet spot and it no longer represents what the production is trying to do. And the production is not actually trying to do maximum hype at all times. It's also trying to be produced. It's also trying to be palatable. It's trying to be mainstream. And it looks a little bit, here's more of your fun coincidences. It looks a little bit like Mutt Lange's target for between chill and hype is about golden ratio, honestly. That looks like about 0.618 or so. That's kind of hilarious. Maybe that should be the new default. We'll see whether it makes it to AAA. It's a little aggressive. It's a little good. Tell you what, if we're going to try that, let's try it for serious. Here is where we set our default value for this control. I don't think I have my handy golden ratio number, but this is a good place to become silly and do it to the nth degree. Do I have it in here somewhere? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But that don't matter because I can go and find it. And then once I set that up, I'm going to run it and see if it makes it to AAA on the basis of that's the optimal possible setting. And I shouldn't be doing that. I should be doing this. Search in MacAU, and where do we get our wonderful, ginormous version of this? Here. Cool. So our default setting is no longer 0.5, it is now golden ratio, because I have a sense that that's roughly, and I don't think I can actually, it needs to be a floating point number, but I don't think you can really put that number at decimal points in there. No matter. It gets the idea across. The sense I get is that that Def Leppard track, and in consequence, Muttlange production, is shooting for not mainstream, not exactly 0.5, not maximum hype like AC/DC, but a little hypier than mainstream, but not so much as to put anybody off. And we'll assume that that's another appearance of the magic number golden ratio, because it looked like that was where it was sitting. He would be doing this on instinct alone, which is rather impressive. But then if I'm actually able to figure that stuff out, that's rather gratifying and interesting. Getting about ready to push this as a new version, honestly. So having repeatedly built this, because I'm not sure what I'm doing from one moment to the next when I'm in the thick of creating stuff, we are now going to, maybe we're not even going to bother with the hype and vibe meters as much as I thought. Instead, let's do a quick little check and see how this goes when we just straight up run it at this little magic setting. And while I'm doing that, I feel I should go and grab a, well, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee after this. It would be quite funny if, having dialed in all of these things, it turns out that that is, in fact, the exact ratio to lock in, like, maximum Muttlange. It really looks like it. We also have other feedback as well, interestingly, in that the positioning of the blue dots around the zero cross also tell a story. The positioning of the blue dots with amplitude tell us where the energy can top out at. So our big heavy rock things will have the dark blue dots like right up at the top, and this still does. It still does. And my take on where the maximum should lie, I feel like the key to doing the hit record mixing is to make the evenest possible cloud of stuff going on, where it goes all the way up here, but it also fills this entire range, and it's represented down in the 6 to 12 dB, if not even lower. And we do see some of this resonance and fullness showing up even under here. It's a really good even filling between these lines and around them. It's filling the entire range and hitting those sonorities represented by the blue dots across the entire range. I think it's working. And again, that is sensitive to where this is being set as well. You can customize it. And we're doing a solid AA, and we're going to find out whether it makes a break for AAA. But I think that's pretty legit. The idea, I think, is while targeting mainstream tastes in this way, in theory you have the amount of satisfyingness represented by the blue line just continuing to rise and rise and rise and rise forever. I don't know if it's going to manage it, but it might. And it's certainly keeping it right up there. I'm very curious as to whether it'll make it to AAA. At the end is where it would be doing it. And the chorus is the strongest. It's not dropping that much with that. And then the outro should be even stronger still. I am not sure if it's going to be able to do a AAA. Although we've got lots of stuff going on, and in fact we're more into the mid-range here rather than having all of this stuff be down in the lower bass. Oh, it's inches from making it to AAA. Oh, it came so close. Oh, it came so close. Okay, so that is Def Leppard's Photograph evaluated on what's probably the optimal position for mainstream being exciting without being so exciting that you turn people off. And it got this close to hitting AAA, which is really quite impressive. That's neat. And now, boop, I need to take my mid-morning break, make probably the final cup of coffee for today, maybe grab a little bit of a snack or something, but I make snacks out of stuff like pepperonis and cheese spread and little chunks of chicken, because I'm trying not to do too many carbs. And while I do that, we'll do our old faithful throwing on the Zoxboxen and a recent mix that I did while learning how to do this stuff using a early version of Console X, which is also something I need to work on. But this is me getting to take a bit of a mid-morning break, and I'll catch up with you folks in a moment. I'm also going to shut that off, because I don't need to hide the music from you now, and set it through to play it directly. Catch you in a bit. Oh, look. The meter thing favored me. Well, it ought to, because I was mixing this referring to an early version of this meter. And probably what it was lacking was hype. So my intentions with it probably led me in a direction where some of the changes that I've made are closer to what I was trying to do with it. So fair enough. I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be very hard to get it to a place where you kind of can make it give a high reading. I feel like that shouldn't be terribly difficult. I feel another thing as well, which is, let's just reevaluate all of this. Here's my hype readings. There's my vibe readings. And this contains all the same stuff. But I could just put all of this back into the main category again. So let's see about some of that. Oops, that's not going to work at all, is it? Oh, goodness, no. Heavens, no. And I'll tell you why, because I have that all over the place. So instead, we're simply going to do this. All of this goes over to here. That's now empty. Oh, what am I doing? I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore. That should go away, and this is literally a whole bunch of stuff that I want to reevaluate using the new maximum hyped mainstream setting as defined by Mutt Lange's mastery. Because all this other stuff is going to register very interestingly based on that. As such, this was simply a copy of the other stuff, which I don't need to have there anymore. So I simply need to go through and rate every single one of these, and all the ones that I am in the process of editing down to individual songs. And I should have a hit record meter that will correlate really closely with like the number of platinums from each of these. Actually, this was from the, oh, this is an even bigger hit. Dum-de-dum. Come on, you silly thing, open. Thank you. Even bigger hit off of Joshua Tree. Content hiding engaged. Let's actually hear those over the speakers. It doesn't really do you much good. As long as neither of us are hearing it, I might as well hear it. Not completely. And I feel like the next thing that I should do here is upload this version of the meter so that people can download it if they would like this version of the meter, which I think you should. I think it has gained important functionality today. So I wasn't expecting that, but that's cool. I wasn't expecting to get a new level of performance out of this particular meter, but it looks like I did. It looks kind of like I did. And then I want to switch over to reverb coding. So what I'm wondering is whether U2 will end up rising to a really high score at the end of this, because they're kind of ramping up here. I also wonder how many of these tracks I'm going to have to use this plugin on, because I know there's going to be... I spent the morning capturing the entire Led Zeppelin album, Physical Graffiti, because I bought a new version of it, which was supposed to be good, and then part of it was damaged, and then I had the original. I had one record of it before, and that contained the songs that were left off the one that was damaged. And so now I have all of Physical Graffiti that I can throw into these lists, and then if I put it as a evergreens, I would have to do Content ID on it, I believe, because they wouldn't let me play it over YouTube's, even for educational purposes. This is also doing a fairly decent job of showing that things aren't automatically the biggest of hits. This is shaping up to be more just a generally tolerable and acceptable thing. What if it was vibier? Is this a vibe track? Kind of is. Cool. I don't feel I need to know much more about that. Oh, dare we? This says Tommy Two-Tone, Jenny. I still can't click to save my life. So what do we get out of this famous one-hit wonder? Of which we're only going to be hearing little bits of it. How does that target the intention set by the combination of vibe and hype specified by essentially Mutt Lange and the area he was aiming for? Because the question becomes, do some of these end up targeting that little zone so acutely, even if by accident, that they wind up doing unreasonably well? Like, is this about to beat the U2 track? I think maybe it is. And there's our chorus. And we've hit a score of B already just by hitting that hook. Fascinating. Also note that even though there's a little bit of space where the whole thing could be turned up slightly louder, that wouldn't get you a higher score all by itself. The score is density of peaks, not how high they are. And the score is not only density of peaks, but it is also how highlighted in this blue color are the peaks. How closely are... Oh, look at it go. Look at it go. It's going for double A. Look at that. So there's room in this for turning it all up by about 2 dB. And it would be fine, because nothing important is happening up here. Oh, well, but there's a peak. And Very interesting. Tommy Two-Tone, ladies and gentlemen. Most giantest platinum selling act. Actually, I'm not sure how many records this sold, but I do know that this is probably the only song that anybody ever listened to off of this album. May or may not be fair, but that's kind of how that's done, is put forth a hook and make the sound that you need to make in order to produce this result. Again, fascinating. Fascinating. One-hit wonders also follow the path. And I'm pretty sure I checked this and it did not rate this high on hype alone. Nor did it ascend into the stratosphere at the very end of the song, making you want to hear it again. That's interesting. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this at all. Wild. Up in this area, I've got some other things which I'm curious about. I'm curious about how Owner of a Lonely Heart registers here. I will go and upload this momentarily. And by momentarily, I mean I clearly have obviously not started doing that yet. Look at that. The meter is suggesting that this level of chords, in fact, all of this stuff is hitting right on pretty much every level. The pattern I'm seeing is, okay, those are tuned in perfectly right. Oh, look, this loud stuff is tuned in perfectly right. Oh, look, this quiet stuff is also tuning in perfectly right. This basically rebooted Yes's career. And it's just interesting to see. It's just interesting to see the distribution of this, given that my theory is having the maximum highlighting there, but also the most dispersed distribution. You don't want to just have peaks only. You don't want to just have quiet only. You want to have the full-on Jackson Pollock effect of just stuff in every frequency range, in every dynamic range, in every slew range, lighting up in this way, hitting these moments of sonority. This is a Trevor Horn production. And it sure came in with the bang, didn't it? Although we're still only at level E. That can be definitely optimized. Like a guy like Mutt Lange was optimizing all of this as hard as he possibly could. But this could certainly be optimized. You could continue to design this around doing these things. But the question is, like, which things do you do? If you have a big musical statement of this kind, you probably want like a vocal or this part where they go, ah, to light up in this way. But do you want it to be here, or do you want it to be up here and very loud, or do you want it to be a little quieter? That was apparently a very good moment. And if I remember correctly, the guitar solo does quite well. There's a lot sonically going on there. It holds the attention. Now, what I'm wondering is when it drops into those quiet guitars afterwards, is that going to continue to show a high score in this respect? Or is it going to drop back? Because I do know that it was a very well-tuned guitar sound. It drops back a little bit. but not all that much. It's kind of in there. It's kind of in the zone. It's a quieter sound. A little mellower than it needs to be. Yeah, towards the end of the guitar solo there, it was pushing for double A. This would be much more fun when I can actually do evergreens. We'll see. We'll see if I can get there. And it rises as it leaves the song. That's cool. And it continues to rise as it leaves the song and goes into the fade. Rises almost to the point at the end of the guitar solo. That's what you would be wanting to do if you were doing this kind of thing. So what was the other thing I wanted to check? I wanted to check Phil Collins. And I don't think I have him in here, but that's okay because I have him in here. So this is the one that never actually worked right, but was where I was aiming with the initial work on the vibe stuff. This track, and I'm going to leave it at its default setting, is supposed to be this gradually building intensity that deeply impressed Amit Erdogan, and where every time Phil Collins sings, it lights up like crazy. And it's probably going to be able to do something like that, but I'm really interested to see how close it is to being able to do it. Set to purely again, leaving it on its default setting, where it's got to be a little bit more exciting than the pure mainstream, but it is neither fully vibe nor fully hype. I'm going to just sit with that for a second and prepare to do my elaborate uploading stuff, because I got to do a bunch of elaborate uploading stuff. Hey there, Game Boy Z. I feel like this particular thing is spending a lot of time being kind of quiet. And I'm just interested to see how it builds, because, again, this being the track that's supposed to register pretty impressively, even though you can't really rate it on the basis of just only... certainly you can't rate it on the basis of loudness. You can't rate it on the basis of chord progression, because there kind of isn't one. And in a lot of ways, there's just not much going on. So how do you write code to interpret this as a sound and make choices around how it rates in context with things like Def Leppard and so on? And this is my latest best attempt at doing that, and I'm real curious to see what it tells me. Because again, we've got meters going on that are capable of registering voices and guitars and things and turning them into these readings on the meter. And I've always rather struggled with getting this to show up the way that it could relative to some of the hard rock stuff. That's a fairly good sign. I just don't know if we're going to actually end up getting to it's a really high reading. But it's what Ahmet Erdogan would have been responding to is the areas that are turning blue on the meter, where as you keep going, Phil keeps kind of emoting harder and harder and singing harder and harder, and it lights up in blue more as it goes. I'm also curious as to what the drums are going to do, because usually they don't register up. Usually they don't register, but this time they did. Interesting. I didn't expect that. Not only that, not only did it register, but it registered with some of those little more intense blue spots, indicating that the loudness of it had a significance. Don't usually get that. Don't usually get that. So the question then becomes, does this one end up going to a really high score, kind of like the Def Leppard and Beatles and so on, even though it's that much quieter than all of those other ones? And I don't think it's going to go to a really high score, but it's doing damn well considering. This is doing damn well considering the context that it's in. And here's where you need to start turning the hype up in order to see what these vocalizations are about. Because the vocalizations are starting to become so intense that they're not tuned in anymore. Like, if I move this knob over to hype, actually, no, come to think of it, well, that's interesting. Well, we don't want to be on full vibe, but if we do sort of the opposite of what the Def Leppard one was doing, then go in again. I'm going to start to get my uploads ready too while I'm at it. I feel like I kind of should. I may as well. And that apparently is my most recent tag. So let's just start uploading with going over here. I don't think I need to pull from the remote because I know I didn't add anything to it. A little commentary on what I've just done, which is improve the performance of the vibe area. So I'm going to call the commit optimizing vibe calculations for soft rock and striking at balance, which is literally what we did. 2 files changed, seems legit. Let's push the changes, which it will let me do momentarily. And now I'm going to try to add another tag and push the tags. And we will see whether that successfully does what I'd hoped. I wonder whether... I'm confused. I don't know what I'm doing. Whatever. I haven't known what I was doing this entire time, so what's new about that? It's not about whether I know what I'm doing, it's about whether I'm managing to do it. That's really the important part. So here what we're looking at is running through the same thing over again after having done the uploads, and so hopefully in about 10 minutes this will be available to download. But having done the uploads, we're now running the Phil Collins thing again, and I'm curious to see whether it does any better when set to essentially the inverse of golden ratio hype factor, whether it is like leaning a little more in the direction of being vibey, but without full-on soft rock. Because that's the thing, is if I set it all the way in the direction of vibe, it's going to tend to try to encourage the mellowest possible music. And it will rate that very highly, opposite of the hype side. And on the mellowest possible side, we are still registering quite high in sound density and where the peaks are supposed to. Like this area over here, I've never actually had it do this stuff properly. Like over here, those are the famous drum fills. And they're transient spikes, but I've never had them show up as a highlighted blue spot, indicating that it is hitting the right kind of sonority. But now it is, and that's interesting. And now as we ascend into the final outro, we're probably still not going to be hitting any massive high scores. That's fine. Something's got to give. But we are doing that thing where he is holding the interest as the fade goes by his vocalizations. There have been earlier versions of the meter where I could make it just go completely off the charts using that, but that's not really what we're doing now. Let's get out of there. Let's quit out of this. Hopefully that will have successfully uploaded it. I guess we'll find out. This is me just looking at all of these other things. I need to rate all of these. All of these. I want to see how they measure up when you rate all of them. And I'm no longer that concerned. Oh, look, we've got Chariots of Fire side B. This is what that's like. Most of it is rather quiet. And then bits of it are louder. Yeah, that's all a side B. And again, the neat thing about Vangelis there is that it is the same studio setup that did Blade Runner. But with Chariots of Fire, you get to hear that studio setup and the same instrumentation and everything, but as a 1981 record. You don't have to wait until Blade Runner comes out as a record to have it. Here is a level of curiosity that I will fulfill. I'm going to switch over to reverb coding pretty soon, though. So a little Van Halen. 1984 into jump. As predicted, it seems to be hitting that mainstream target pretty good. I'm pretty confident that that's a good target to have as a default. That's why I got rid of the multiple versions of it. Rather than measuring hype, measuring vibe, I'm just going to measure this optimal target on the assumption that if we're talking hit records, we might as well see what was the biggest of broadest of targets. Excuse me. So that's a nice start before even the music begins. Actually, while I do this, I can simply unplug the optical cable and attach my little adapter here and get ready to move over to the reverb coding, because this stuff I just want to watch what it does on the meter. We don't even need to really worry about listening to it. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to play it eventually. We shall see. Oh, look, Van Halen with a hit record. Who knew? That does appear to be shaping up, and it's barely even begun. Yeah, it's going to go for AA, possibly AAA. This is, of course, their synthesizer hit. Oh yeah, we're taking off. It's heading for the stratosphere. It's going to be the biggest of hit records. You just wait. I feel pretty satisfied with the targeting of figuring out how all this stuff stands relative to each other based on how high they go. In this respect, I'm kind of wondering to myself if there's a better way of dealing with this AA, AAA nonsense, but that's fine. I can maybe come up with a different metric, a different way of coping with it. But yeah. That's the Wolfbox or Wolfbot stuff that I was fixing to do. Because what we have here is my coding stream. As we watch Van Halen descend from their loudest outbursts. Yeah. Well, that's all fun. And the interesting thing about that is that if I do it that way, I don't actually have to deal with the audio because it's not playing audible audio right now anyway. For instance, I could check out some of these things and see how they go. But maybe I don't want to right now. Oh, there's a Robert Palmer. Oh, I do think, however, that I'm going to take a minute and run the Pink Floyd track, Money, which I had previously worked out as having been extremely high scoring on the hype factor. Because this kind of stuff, basically, if it works for kind of everything. And I'm interested if there's going to be changes to that. So we'll get that going while I get the code going. We are, of course, in the middle of developing the plugin Cream Coat and applying it to, let's see, 3 different reverbs stacked up waiting to land. So I'm going to make a little space for that to do its thing. And I was in the process of evaluating what Cream Coat did, too. It's kind of interesting, even just looking at how money is showing up on the meter, even though I don't hear it at all. And I'm not streaming it, thankfully. Otherwise, my stream would be booted off of the internet immediately. But yeah, that's expected to do well, and it certainly does appear to be doing well. This is just not the densest part of the song, but it's still already right up in the area of pay attention to this. This is clearly a record to be listened to. I will find out, I guess, whether it blows all the way up to like double or triple A. It'd be a little weird if it doesn't. Just saying. And what I'm doing over here is sort of looking into and adjusting things about Cream Coat. I'm going to put all of the mentions of the undersampling in a specific place so I can keep track of them. And look, away goes money into the stratosphere on the back of first the saxophone solo, which we're currently getting, and boy are we ever getting it, and then the guitar solo, and we'll see whether it goes to like triple or quadruple A. And then there will come a time that I do a evergreens of it, at which point you can hear it exactly as you see it here, off of old vinyl. Because this is known to be a particularly exceptional old vinyl. Excuse me. Meanwhile, off the display, because I'm letting you see the metering thing, because it's probably more interesting than the code thing right now. But I'll work on it. I'll see if I can't get the code more interesting. Meanwhile, where do we stand regarding okay, so last ref L and last ref R count as the previous kind of undersampling. So I'm going to edit all that stuff like right down to the bottom. And yep, it made it to AAA. And still hanging on very well even at the quiet guitar part. And then back it goes, probably to AAA again. And fair. Fair, that's what I was expecting from that grade of track. Hopefully there will be many other ones like that. You shall see. I don't think it's going to peak quite as high as the solos are concerned. We're back to the verse again. So on that note, it's probably enough time for me to take a moment and check to see whether that upload just worked. We'll see. Quit out of there. Close that. Fire up a new window, and let's go and see whether the new upload is, because I do have to do something to make it available if it did work. And hopefully it works. I would like to think I've learned how to do this stuff, but that's not always true. So 8 releases. Okay. It says optimizing vibe calculations. It has downloads that were made 8 minutes ago. I think we're good. Let's edit it. And I'm going to take a moment to write what I did. Move these things off of my keyboard so they don't get in my way. Fleetwood Macs. And this now becomes the new latest. Okay, should be able to download it now. Hopefully it continues to work. At built anyway. I do not know. Nor do I think you'd really gain much. PowerSeg is a pretty basic little algorithm. Tell you what, I can have a quick look for you. Let me just close this because I've just updated meter, and that does actually matter. It does actually meter. So you might want to go for PowerSeg 2. I'm going to look at that simply because that would be the most recent one. Other than that, it would be basically the same. Not the trickiest of plugins. Okay, I think it's optimized for the new form of floating point dithering, which is not the same. That's not the same as having it be optimized for 96K. Let's check the first. I'm going to suggest that probably the answer to that is no. But you should still be able to, if you can get a setting that does what you want, then you're good. Only thing that would really mean, and yep, looks to be about the same, really. Yeah, no, power sag is too old. No, it is not optimized for 96K. So if you can still reach the setting that you want, that's fine. Otherwise, you might not be able to reach as low settings as you would otherwise want to. And that is because power sag is not, in fact, optimized for that. Again, though, I don't know that you'd gain all that much. So here's where we're at now. This will be the remainder of my day. Figuring out how to make this stuff work and working out what I want to do with cream code. And we're going to start by going into all of these and getting ready to do the new undersampling. So we no longer do last ref. We no longer do cycle. And we stick in that stuff underneath there. And then we're going to do these ones as well. So let's open all of these up. I also need to get a new kernel for Kplate 240. .140 is probably getting pretty ready to go, but 240 needs work. And I have not given it that work yet, so I'm going to have to do that too. So let's see. Last ref, no. And cycle also no. And down on the bottom here, and then over here somewhere is 240. Oh, yeah, save view. Here it is. And we're going to sort of patiently step through all of these until we get to somewhere that we can use. Many things to add, many things to change. Hopefully we can get through all this without breaking and ruining everything, but you never can tell. Probably get there in the end, though. Boop. Save that. And having done that, now they also need to be initialized properly. So I need this part. And I'm also going to need to remove this part. We won't be using it anymore. And again, I'm trying to make it as consistent as I can. I want the undersampling stuff to be in the same place each time. Up we go. Same deal here. Want to take this away because it no longer exists in the code. And this away, and then also, see, these are more complicated than Cream code by itself. But as soon as I finish doing this stuff, and some of these things won't actually compile properly in Windows, at least they won't compile properly on Windows in the new version that I'm using. They're compiling okay on Windows on my local version, but when I start doing GUI enabled things, or things like Console X is going to be, or the meter or whatever, it suddenly becomes that I can't use this form. It suddenly becomes that I can't do MPy or any of that because it doesn't understand it. There are ways of working around that, but I just find it vexatious. And then lastly, the 140. It's going to be up here. This needs to go away. And that needs to go away, and we put the new undersampling stuff in there. So what I've got here is a couple of things, regen and derez, that don't exist in the current stuff. So I want to add regen and I want to add derez to all three of these currently more or less working plugins: K-Cathedral 3 and K-Plate 240 and K-Plate 140. I'd been working on them in other ways, and I got them to more or less do what I wanted, but now I want to have this extra stuff in here too. So here's, except for the regent's not going to want that number at all. So I got some more work to do there before I will be able to succeed. Here's one of the things I will need to do is add more controls. Also note that we now have a top dB control because this is going to include discontinuity. Although the plates don't, because plates aren't acoustical spaces. They're a large metal slab. So we're leaving it off of that, but we're going to put it in here. Meaning what will become D. Meaning that kind of lines up. I didn't honestly expect that, but it's fine. We're sort of going to start walking through this stuff, hopefully get to the end effectively. In fact, let's do that to make it match. Hope you guys enjoy playing with the meter, by the way. I am, sadly but true, bogging down into this zone, doing this stuff now. And I will do the best I can with it. This might be a decent pattern for future plugins of this nature. We shall see. Okay, so that's all fine. This will probably be okay too, because they kind of line up. The one has a different A setting than the other. But these bits are going to look the same. The one has an A setting that is the select, and the other one has an A setting which is discontinuity. And that's why this is indexed 0 to 16, and this is a 0 to 1. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I'm struggling a little bit. It's fine. There are some days that I feel more enthusiastic about keeping up a line of running patter and being entertaining, and there are days when I'm just struggling through, and that's fine. This looks cool. There's our setup. Here's where our controls go. And here would be where this gets changed to D, and these get just included, except for they're not going to be right straight out of the gate. But I should at least be able to put them in there. Ooh. I see an immediate concern. I'm not necessarily going to want to keep this cycle end here. I mean, nothing's really stopping me from doing it. I can. Cycle just means a very different thing now, that's all. So where are we at? Pair scaled divided by double cycle end. Okay, and it's floor overall scale, so technically we can straight up just do pair scale divided by overall scale. That works. And then we don't actually use this stuff. So that's still correct. Cream Code is not currently using dry sample. That's because we're still evaluating the sound of the reverb. Or at least we would be if we were doing it. We're copying its guts over to something else. So here's the new hotness as far as cycle is concerned. That's the new cycle. That's the downsampling. And then what's in the end. So we replace this bit with this bit. And then we use average sample to feed in. Anywhere we have input sample, or indeed everywhere. There's a pre-delay. And there's where we first assign it to stuff. And at this point, we're off and running. And there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in here. But let's just duplicate that little routine that we just did with this stuff. Pre-delay, but pre-delay on that. Pre-delays are good. I was asked for pre-delays on Cloud Coat. There's that. And now it is designed to work with the input of the undersampling code. So we scroll right past all of this. We haven't even got the discontinuity stuff set up yet. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. One thing at a time. Well, it's never really quite one thing at a time, but thing at a time. There's the output of that. We are apparently just reassigning this, but that's fine because at this point we get to use input sample. And there's where cream coat lives. So how about we just use that? Here's the output of this after all this other stuff, including a sub boost and who knows what else, early reflections, all this stuff going on. This does not exist in this version. Nor does this. So it pretty much just literally this all goes away, if I'm not mistaken. So there's our final input sample, L and R. And we have a sort of final filter in here, which may or may not end up useful or necessary, as we're doing other things now. And then a dry wet mix, dry wicks met. Okay. And so there's the combined sum of outputs and the final things that we do. Oh, do we need to define these lasts? I think we do. We'll find out quickly enough, won't we? So we're going to apparently want to do that. And that means, well, actually, no, that stuff is not part of the undersampling per se. That stuff is part of cream coat. That stuff is part of the Bezier curves, which may or may not be part of the undersampling. Probably is. which has some implications. That has some implications for what we're doing. But one thing at a time, he says, doing several things at a time, always. We need to do this, because this goes after here in order to make that match. So if all of this worked, then we'd be ready to go. I bet we're not, on a bunch of grounds. One of my grounds is this. We have a regen calculated out here, but this is a regen that only works for 4x4 householder matrices. Oh, well, thank you, Pecori. I'm glad that you like it. I really do need to do a new version of it, too. Maybe I can use the Bezier curves in it. Okay, so these are early reflections. They're being just put in there. These are our feedback settings with the 5x5 matrix. I don't know what my maximum feedback level is on the 5x5 matrix. I feel like I should, and yet I don't. I can look it up over here, though. I'm such bad entertainment. I'm the worst entertainment ever. Getting stuck on this stuff, not being able to think. Anyways, I'm wondering whether in Infinity 2 I have a 5x5 householder matrix that's designed to go to infinite sustain, because it is supposed to be infinity. No, I don't think I think Infinity 2 is also a 4x4 matrix. Yep. That's no bueno. That's bad. I don't even know how that works. What the actual heck? Okay, so we're not actually doing very well here, but by the same token, if I don't use the new regen, it won't break. And it'll just be a knob that doesn't do anything for the time being. And you know, I'll live with that for the moment. All the rest of this is supposed to work just the way that it did before. And I bet you this isn't going to work. Yep. And that is the unused variable I told you about. We're not doing anything with it. Although, I could make it go to the maximum sustain of what it's currently using just by using this number, but swapping in what the regen is set to, namely this. So we can, in fact, do something anyway. If we tell it to be that, and then we put regen in, then we do at least have it under a control. It just isn't a very useful control, because it's not letting us expand outwards into infinite sustain, which would be nice. That would be amusing. Yep. We need to apply it up here. Bear with me, I'll get there eventually. Or not. That's not it. Where's my regen? There it is. Because you see that control scales from 0 to whatever this number is. It's probably a shifting of bits, so yeah, you're going to have to continue to wait for the cassette plugin. I've got a bunch of stuff in the fire. I'm trying to figure out what I'm even looking at. Well, I knew that I defined some of these things up here. So let's go and find these and put them where the other undersampling stuff lives. Which were they? Let's find out by trying to build it again. It'll fail, but it'll tell me what it is. So I need to find a bunch of stuff that says last something something else. And it would be this. So I take this away from here, and I move it down here and put it in this block because it needs to live in this block because it's part of this code, the new undersampling. I could also add begin the new undersampling, but having it lumped together like this is enough. And then having copied that, it's time to close this and open that. And we need to define these variables rather than just start using them without even specifying them. And then we also have to avoid the K-Cathedral curse of having started doing things with uninitialized variables, which cause problems in both existing versions of K-Cathedral for people who aren't actually using the most recently downloaded version. So over you go, you need to go here. And also here. Okay, how far from working are we anyway? I mean, it built, so I've got that going for me. And we'll throw the most recent cream code in here. And we're sitting looking at these, but we haven't got them ready yet. But we do have a version of K-Cathedral 3 that at least has the new code, but that might not do us any good whatsoever. Time to find out. Let's throw on some drums. And let's see what cream code is doing at the moment, if anything. Regen clearly goes to infinite sustain for this one. It's meant to, that's what it's supposed to be. And this is doing something that is not dry wet, but I don't know what. Not at the moment, I don't. Which implies that K-Cathedral will be trying to do the same thing. So let's quickly find out what it would be doing. Honestly, kind of damn if I know. But that suggests that I can at least run K-Cathedral with the new undersampling, and it won't explode. He says, with endless optimism. Well, let's just see. Set this down a little bit. Wetness is actually going to work as a dry wet. Okay, something's wrong. Almost like regen isn't giving me an effective value at all. Why? What about this? Yeah, that's no good. That's no good at all. Why is it doing that? I told you to use regen. Why are you not listening? 1 pow 1.2 times 00285. 00285 should be doing it. It seemed to be listening to the undersampling. What we don't have working is feedback. I don't think early reflections could be causing that. This is all early reflections. Here's VLF pre-delay. Are we setting this up right? Or are we failing to set this up right? It's trying to generate this. Do res plus last verb. Do I trust that? I don't know if I trust that. That said, we're taking in this average sample and we're supposed to be using it. Meaning, we've done that, that's fine. We're using it here, that's also fine. That's still fine, that's still fine. That's fine. Okay. Found a problem. We're applying average sample here, but then we start not using it correctly. See, we're doing all this. The early reflections are using the aliasing controlled input. And then, once we get through to here, we've got early reflections ready to use next time we need to use it. Outsample is something. What the actual hell is outsample anyway? Where did we get that? We generate it from subtype. Fine, okay. We're generating it here. That's cool. So VLF, that's fine too. But what we want is to be using average sample here as well. And we're using input sample, which is always going to be much louder. And we're even using it here, which is completely wrong. We need to feed into this householder matrix with the one we're supposed to be using too. So that is clearly wrong and clearly needing to be fixed. Now, do we see input sample showing up in here anywhere else until we need it? No. And this is going to be changed to discontinuity, but it is not yet. And that's fine, although we might not need all these pair filters, but we've got them, so we're currently using them. And now we redefine what input sample means. We're just taking the output. So there we go with that stuff. Adding that, and this part should work, maybe. And here's where we're applying wet. So that's stuff I need to figure out using cream coat. This is not going to end up being wet. This is going to end up being something else. And pair F. What are we doing with that elsewhere? No, that's fine. Okay. Now we have a different thing. It's leaving some of its stuff the same, but it's now got some stuff being different. In particular, we're not using input sample in the wrong place. I wonder if this is going to act anything like the reverb it's meant to be, or whether it's going to still be super broken. Signs point to super broken. Yay! Just what we needed. Why is RevGen not responding? Maybe we've got it pointed the wrong direction? What the actual hell? Okay, here's where we define param b. Hey, Christian. We define param b as param b. Here's where we make it be 0 to 1. That still looks correct. I'm pretty sure that when we use it, so regen 1 minus power 1 minus get param b 2 times 0, 0, 0, very small number. I shouldn't be getting runaway out of this. So we got that. If this was actually working, we'd be able to use this, but we changed it from this number. My question then becomes, if we put the number back instead, what happens? Is this still a dead loss? Or, no. Christian, no. I can't understand when that happens. I have to do what I can understand. What other people can understand is their problem. That would be a very big no on that. Feedback? Feedback? Totally. Where is that feedback even coming from? Well, we can do a cheeky little cheat in here to temporarily make it so that these are supposed to be straight up 0. If this doesn't stop the feedback, then something else is happening that I need to know about. Because this should be able to straight up stop the feedback completely and totally. If it doesn't, something else is happening. And hopefully I'll be able to get back to cream coat. That's where I actually do the fun stuff of being able to tell what's being changed. This is just trying to get a build going. So are you still feeding back? Interesting. Interesting. So if I mess with deres, then it goes kind of hog wild, doesn't it? So that feedback wasn't actually part of the problem. So next thing I'm going to do is look at the area that I was just working on. For instance, here is our resampling. If I instead just ignore this part completely, it could look a little bit like this. So if I do that, I'm always using the last AR, which is one of the more recent samples. And in this case, we're not doing any form of smoothing. And we're going to see whether it makes it feedback any differently or do anything else. Because right now, we got a weirdness going on. And if we can't fix that, none of the other reverbs will work either, except for the one I was working on before. So and hopefully that's me remembering to put it in the right place. Oof. Helps if I open an actual file. This may very well just do the same thing with a different tone. That's the same thing with a different tone. So what's going on? Like, I don't actually have any feedback declared here at all. So this is more than a little confusing. I do have early reflections though. And maybe if I take that out, it'll do something. Because all this stuff is supposed to just give me a direct output. I'm taking away thing after thing in hopes of getting my undersampled stuff that's not doing regeneration, because it's not supposed to be doing regeneration right now. I've been zeroing and commenting things out in efforts to make it not go into uncontrolled feedback, because it wasn't doing uncontrolled feedback before. Then all of a sudden, once I start working with it, oh, hello, nope, it's doing it. So what's with the feedback? Have I forgot to do something? Have I forgot to do something? Is there an important part I'm missing? Because that can build up in a number of different ways. So we're doing this. Regen could conceivably work. I think I found the problem. I really do. Once I'm finished using average sample L and R, I'm supposed to be zeroing them out. I don't think that happened. So yeah, check this out. We're going to find where that exists in cream code, and that's going to answer the question of what happened. And the reason it's not just a big DC slide is because it's in the middle of a reverb algorithm. So here's what I should have spotted. F-sample plus, and as soon as we apply it to the places where we need to apply it, it must be zeroed. We don't use it anywhere else here, right? Let's put it here, That way it's easier to remember and it's easy to spot. We're not even going to do that there, because that's what fooled me the last time. Let's put it right at the end. Because that's what I needed to remember to do. And I copied over the stuff that was part of the undersampling. And I copied all this stuff and I made the last EL and DL and all that. But I did not remember to do the make it be 0. And so it's been going into Runaway with or without feedback. And that's exactly the thing that I now need to do over here. We can leave all the rest of this stuff out. And just, that should do it. It needs to be L. That should do it, to the point where I can back out all the rest of these things, because that was, I think, the only thing that was wrong. The other stuff was just a sidetrack. Figuring out, like, oh wait, did I just see that doing something? No, that's a used variable now, thank you. And I've scrolled up too far because I'm missing something. But that's fine. Everybody's got to miss something, right? That's what I was missing. Got to go all the way over to here. And a series of fixes. In fact, let's just do it like this. Paste, parenthesis, semicolon. That's what these need to be now. And if I make it go out like that, all that's going to happen is it'll screw up my formatting. And I don't want that, so let's not. Quite something that I'm using like a 5x5 matrix for the early reflections. Oh, no, wait, it's not, is it? I think it's a 4x4 for the early reflections and a 5x5 for this. Which is not to say that early reflections are even what I'm going to be wanting to do. We'll see, I suppose. Oh, where's our warnings? What's this warning stuff? Oh, that's why. Yeah, don't need this. The rest of this would be fine. And that was the bit that was busted. I've now rendered it similar in every place I'm going to find it so that I know where to find it. Because I have to be able to find that. And we're now going to see whether my theories are correct about I made it work. Because that may or may not be remotely true. But if it's true, we get to play around with this a little bit. Cathedral, and does it go into uncontrolled? Probably not. That is not uncontrolled feedback. Cool. That's the sustain it would normally have. And that's the pitch it would normally have. And this currently does nothing so far. And when you drop res down, it becomes pretty ridiculous pretty quick. Somebody was complaining about this, that it pops when going to literal 0. And there's kind of a reason for that. It's because I'm just zeroing it out when it is set to produce lots of DC offset. Looks like we can cut regen down pretty good. DC offset is going, dres is going to need to have more range to it. In fact, I can tell right away that DC offset is going to need to be shaped a little differently, which is fine. Which is fine. Kind of doing one thing at a time here because there's a series of things that need to be done with it. Where's my regen? It's up here somewhere. And that's not it. Okay. So this is going to need to get more. And wait a second. Wait a second. Dres needs to go the opposite direction, doesn't it? See how regen is set up in such a way where it's going to produce that says adjustment made to compensate. That's no good. Let's fix that. That's even worse. Okay, what am I even doing? So when I say that, that means is this 0.99 interacts with last verb, and last verb is doing a sort of slight fuzzing. I don't know how relevant that's going to be to the big reverbs, though. To the point where I wonder whether maybe I'll simply leave it off. Last verb is doing this. Last verb is doing a discontinuity-like effect, and it's doing it by taking the most recent reverb output and sort of modulating the speed of the input going in. And it's okay on Cloud Code, but I'm not sure how useful it is on anything else. And in particular, if I'm explicitly including a discontinuity calculation on the reverb paths, that means that it doesn't make that much sense to have a fake discontinuity calculation on the overall verb. Though, the modulation put into there is hoping to conceal the amount of downsampling a little bit. So that has its uses. That said, the thing that I just said if I do this, and then I do this, I will immediately get the correct scaling of the D-res, or more so, I might have to exaggerate it even more, but I've gone from a power factor leaning it in one direction to a power factor leaning it in the other direction, and I'll show you what that means. I am pretty sure that was just the correct call. This is me staring at things and being confused a lot. That's my work day, honestly. My work day is staring at things and being confused a lot. Hey, it's nice work if you can get it. So, started Twisted Wave. Let's open up that drum thing again, and I'm probably going to need to adjust the volume of everything because it feels like it's coming out way too quiet. But off we go. So this would be K Cathedral as previously designed. And then you can drop it down to something that still sounds like a cathedral, but still sounds like a real space of some kind. But we're sort of modulating the pitch, and we don't get into the really deep subsonic stuff until later. And we're so far from an acceptable volume. It's disgusting. And so here's a giant space, and here's the normal space. So I guess we keep the D-res thing the way it is. We're kind of messing with it a bit. I don't know whether it's necessary to do this way or not. I really don't. I feel like maybe I can get away without this additional modulation because it's a very, very subtle thing, but we're currently doing it, so that's fine. The main thing is to not be adding more than one to cycle. While we're at it, let's see if we can boost the volume of the output a little bit, because that's very faint, that is. I'm not happy with how quiet it is. So here's a place we're cutting volume down again. There's adding early reflections. There's our outputs. So let's just neatly double that and see where it gets us. At time of the day, and it's not even that late in the day, that's the sad part, where I don't even know what I'm doing. Also, this is the stuff I need to experiment with using Cloud Coat or Cream Coat. I've got a little comment here suggesting what I think it's doing. That is a momentary calculation. I don't know whether we're going to stick with this. I might not even leave all of this here. We might just go with C-Bal and C-Bar, which would involve less calculations here. Also don't remember where I got this 1 to 5, but that's a whole other story, isn't it? I probably just arrived at it because I did the best I could. Yeah, we have additional filtering here, so we probably don't need to worry about this. Let's get at it there for the moment, although I wonder whether I should go through and do the plates now that I've got the... See, I've got K Cathedral actually working. and I'd left the other ones in a state of not working, in a state of I haven't finished building it yet. So maybe it would be a good idea to go through and make the same changes. What do I mean by the same changes? I mean, I've got all this. I've got all this. So we need all those. Don't even have 140 open, for heaven's sake. Come on. Same deal. See, if I do these and I get them to work, copying off of what I did to get Cathedral to work, then what I can do, apart from be able to hear a little more clearly because Cathedral is super, super dark, what I can do is, he says grinding tool. What the hell can I do? Well, for one, have a new way to listen to what the cream coat stuff is doing, but that's not really that much of a concern, honestly. I can put this stuff aside and move on. That's something I can do. Let's move in that direction, shall we? Doing my level best with all this. This all needs to go here. I don't actually have 240 open, so I have to open it again. Hopefully we can get through all of this sort of being minimally functional. If it goes super, super well, I might even actually get to having exciting noises happening. I mean, it's only 1:30 in the afternoon. I don't really get to load up on even more coffee. That would be bad. There's 140. Open that right up as well. We'll have so many things open at once that Xcode is just going to crash. And then we can prune them later as needed. Let's scooch this over here. And start looking through some of this stuff. So in order to make these work, I kind of need to update the stuff up here. Oh, we've got way too... This is not going to be simple at all, is it? Oh, dear. Oh, my. Sorry. Something made me think this was going to be simple when it's clearly not. That said, I don't always need all these controls to be set up in order to start working with them. I could leave the controls sitting where they are. And this one's in a state where I'm dialing in certain things like VLF delay. It's not remotely ready to go. But all the controls are set up to go with what they are. And they're not set up to go with adding new ones, and it would be an enormous pain in the butt to add the new controls, and so we're not going to do that right now. But like I said, I suspect I can get this working with non-functioning controls. Let's see what that looks like. So we're not doing that. This doesn't work on certain Windows builds that are using GitHub to build. We don't care. It doesn't relate to anything. And we're going to want to have this. We don't currently have... Oh, I know what we can do. Let's just comment that stuff out. Then the delays are the maximum available delays. Look at me babbling. And then we use those controls for these. They're going to say the same things, but I know that they're 0 to 1 controls, and so they should be fine. And I'll deal with the rest of the mess later. But that should get us these things up and running, which is kind of what where I wanted to get. And we'll just move on from there. Maybe, sorta, we'll see. Let's find out. This was already a tricky build. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. Okay, so where are we now? We got to do this and put that in front of pre-delay, which will mean that we're leaving out the input pad. Interesting. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll pad before making average sample. If we did that, it would look kind of like this. Because the multiplication can work kind of like this. And if we can get this working, we can copy it straight over to 240, because the only difference with that is a different reverb algorithm inside it. One that I still have to replace, mind you. But I need to pick smaller ones to comply with this DRes stuff anyway, so it's all good. It's all good. And so now, this stuff needs to say average sample, because we're not using input sample in here anymore. And here too. Okay. Still looking about the same, and we've got to do it here. These are all things that I've done in previous iterations of trying to make reverbs, and so we're leaving them all in place. That's one of the reasons that I'm doing clear coat and cloud coat and crunch coat and cream coat and all of those the way that I'm doing them, is to keep the guts of those algorithms as simple as possible so that they can make sense instead of being piled with piles upon piles of all this nonsense. And let's see. We are definitely going to continue using average sample. And then this is the final place, I believe. Okay, it's already saying regen. What did I have in there before? Because whatever I have in there now, it's not going to be the same. I'm going to have it in kplate 240. Let's quickly go and see what that was supposed to be, because I changed it without checking. Regen is supposed to be this. Oh, that's very complicated. I bet that's still in my code. I bet it's still in my code. Yeah, the case of the multiple regens. We're not going to want this other regen to be there, are we? We've already got it set up to an appropriate regen. And that means that this needs to be 3 rather than SB scale, SB rebound. What on earth? Okay. That's magical. Alrighty then. Let's just leave pre-delay the way it is, and deres substitutes for subdelay. And regen is actually a factor of this damping thing going on. Fair? Alright. Alright. Meaning that we can have the pre-delay back. And we've got that commented out because it's going to lead to much grief. Much grief. And where are we at? Average sample. This, I believe, is our full-on householder matrix. This is not actually going to be changed for discontinuity. We're going to leave that one the way it is. This is our complicated platey stuff. It's short bus. That's what SB stands for. And we got a feed blur. Take combine sum of outputs. Where do we switch over to this cycle length stuff after here? And this replaces that. So that, and can we do this nicely or not? So this is all the stuff inside the loop, which can be an extremely large loop at low deres settings. We hit boop. Now that's just our final outputs. And it needs to get replaced with, see over here, there's our final outputs, but in K Cathedral we do a bunch of other stuff as well. The K plate, not so much. So we'll ignore that, we'll ignore that, we'll ignore that, but we'll take this. And this also includes the average sample thing that was what was feeding back before. And they all go here. We'll add another space and we'll pull that back there. And now we're going to take this chunk of stuff and plunk it down after there, but before the dry wet. That may build. It looks like maybe it's built. Let's close K Cathedral, including the full-on sized one. I can get back to it if I find it actually inspiring to do. We'll build 140 again. Here's where it is. There is the file. And time for a little sanity test of opening up this new reverb, this plate-styled reverb, and we'll throw that same drum track on because I like having the consistency with things there, as people know. And do we have it in recent effects? No, but that's okay. I can go find it. K140. So this is supposed to be deres. Pre-delay should work. Damping should work. Wetness is wetness. Input pad may or may not be necessary. We'll see. Will it, in fact, do a thing? Okay, there is our damping. As you can hear, it goes kind of bright. Or much more big and huge. We do have kind of a lot of brightness on there. And now we try to do the undersampling and see what it does. Still on the very quiet side. I feel like we could give that a little gain as well. Yeah, it's super quiet. You can barely hear it at all. So let's go in and fix the quietness first and then deal with whatever else it is we need to deal with. That goes from 08 to 16. We'll just goose it a little bit in volume, because what we're doing is kind of sacrificing volume somehow. And jump right back in to see what we can make happen. Our volume levels seem to be about correct. All that's happening is I'm not actually hearing it properly. I will also show you why 240 is not ready. I'll do that in a moment. Actually, this is one way that I could demonstrate that. Here's the thing that is coming off really poorly on 240. But we're not auditioning that right now. So with full sustain, we can build it up to be overwhelmingly loud, and I believe that is the right answer. So here we are. We got a working pre-delay. That's something you will get. Again, we've got our dry wet where full volume for both is at 0.5. And the more damped we get, the brighter it gets. See, that's quite damped. I think that's an interaction with that verb thing. That thing I was griping about, where I was like, do we really need this? It's going to be doing this. Weirdly, I'm hearing such a intense overtone on that. Why am I hearing such an intense overtone, I wonder? Is it a factor of overdrive? No, I don't think so. I still hear it. Yeah, that nasty overtone is what I don't want. No, it's not always there. Yeah, it's a very obvious overtone that is not optimal. And it's most definitely, well, weirdly though, that's still being obnoxious no matter what pitch I put it at. It's like it's the same note, and that's weird and doesn't make any sense. Like, why would it be the same note? The reason I'm using this guitar is because this guitar reveals badness in some of these reverbs. I can demonstrate because I was complaining about there you go. I was complaining about K-Play 240, and I'll show you why. So we haven't copied that one over yet. Let me not scroll past it. How about? So this is where we left it. K-Play 240 is honking in the mid-range. And that's a factor of the algorithm, not so much any oversampling or undersampling I'm doing. So K-Play 240 is doing that unpleasant honk in the mid-range. On other kinds of sounds like drums, it's not as bad. But on that particular guitar, it's so bad that it's obvious I can't use that algorithm. So maybe one thing at a I hate to say one thing at a time, because, like, so what if we leave this like this? We haven't gotten into some of the experiments with this yet, but I want to see what happens when we change that. I don't think it's going to help, mind you, but I want to see what happens. Because we've got that nasty ringy edge when you're up in that range. Kind of like this. So what do I have to do to get that edge to go away? Where is it showing up? See, it's dead obvious now. But why is it always at the same frequency? there it is there. There it is again here. I feel like it went up. Hang on, hold the phone. I know that I'm modulating the input frequency by the output waveform. Maybe the bottom line here is simply that I can't do that particular modulation at all, because it'll never work with like a guitar tone like that, because all I'm doing is throwing a lot of extremely regular modulations, but they're actually reverb, and so the whole thing is screwy. Like, so this is the thing I'm talking about. All the way up here after we define these variables. And we've got all this stuff going on, and that's all well and good. And then we hit this, and it says deres plus last verb, and last verb is built into the undersampling because I thought it would be important to modulate the entire input frequency by the sound of the output. But if the output sound is a intense plate reverb guitar sound, that's going to be a really, really regular frequency domain. That's not going to have any randomness to it at all. It might work for drums. In fact, I think I got to this by trying it on drums. But this is probably what's doing that. Let's see about making that just go away now. If this cleans that up, then I'm banishing it from Cream Code as well. And I don't know whether it exists in Crunch Code. If it does, we'll just call it further cursed digital and leave it alone. So, last verb for this experiment ceases to ever be a thing, and it goes away forever. Where's Madame K Plate 140? I can't find it. I'll go and worry about that later. If indeed it's worth worrying about at all, let's maybe not worry about it. Where'd we get that value? It's obviously not here. Am I not even assigning it? Is that not even being assigned? Well, that could be a problem. Trying to use that and not even having assigned it to anything, that could be a problem. Okay, well, we just changed that and found that it wasn't even doing what I expected it to do at all. So let's see what else happens. We'll go and find it in K Cathedral as well and see if we can fix it there, if that worked. Plate 140. Full what? I still hear something though. I still hear a sort of top note in there. Yeah, sometimes I hear it and sometimes I don't. If we dial it to certain tones, we get this unpleasant, nasty ringing, and if we dial it to other tones, not so much. That's interesting. And it seems like it might be correlated to the pitch there. Yep, there's the note. And there's our total D-res. It's a slowed down version. There's one of our high-pitched noises. That's a real zone for unpleasant. So I want to see where it's doing that. There it is again. There it is again. Let's dial in on this even more closely. New effect stack. Same effect as before. But I also want to see Vox-Echo span in here. I want to see what these frequencies are. Because I feel certain it's going to jump right out and show up on the meter. It sounds that much like a high frequency resonance. It's got to show up. Yep, I see a little resonant frequency there. And there. Something interacting. So I know one thing that I'm doing that might bear scrutiny. And we'll continue to play with it on this because this is revealing more than some of the other things. I'm doing this stuff, but I'm also subtracting this and that. Well, no, actually, no, I'm not. Not right now, I'm not. I've just zeroed it out. What? What, I say? One thing about it, it's totally and completely unfiltered, so this is going to reveal to me whatever I need to know about it. Okay, Cathedral, you're not hearing it because it's filtered on the output. This is not. Fine, let's... Oh no, I have an even better idea. Let's hear whether it sounds the same way, listening to only the square wave version and not the smoothed version, not the Bezier filter version. I'll fix it. That's what I mean. I suppose I could also just do another sort of moving average thingy on the output. That's what I'm doing on the input. Would that even work? Haven't tried this yet. Like ideally what happens here is I figure out what's causing it to do this on this extremely bright version. I can also experiment with what it's doing. I'm not sure if I've run this sound into cream coat, which is unfiltered. I've been running other things into that. So that could end up being handy. And the useful thing about this is my DI guitar. So that's really bright. It's extremely bright and direct. And that's what's aggravating the reverb's issues as much as it is, which is why I'm using it. Now we are on clay plate 140. But now we've changed it so we're no longer doing that Bezier curve thing. Wow, that's loud. I think I'm hearing the same issue. Yeah, it's bonking against the output something fierce. I'm not quite sure what's making it be this aggressively bad. I do, however, think I can fool with this and see what it does under these circumstances. I see similar behaviors. I hear those interactions. I hear those interactions at the sampling rate. So what's happening is we're having real striking irregularities in here. Nothing we do can really make this guitar not produce these funny effects. And I mean, it sounds cool, I'll give you that, but this is still revealing a problem. This particular guitar really has a capacity of revealing issues. And there we are in our brightest possible setting. And we can plainly hear the exact same problem that was there in the other one. Let's bail out of here and update Cream Coat while we're at it, because I feel confident in saying that the same issue that showed itself is going to be just as applicable here. There's no circumstance where I can do this last verb thing and have it actually be helpful. None. So we take that term away. We do this while we're at it. We'll do the same regen thing as before. It's going to be a little different behavior than Crunch Coat. Fine, this is what it is from now on. And we take away all this last verb. I don't know where I'm even getting that. I only know that I think I'm doing it in this one, and I'm not even defining it anywhere else. It's a mono sample of some kind, so it's some combination on the output. And here's where I mute everything, which I don't think I'm doing yet in the other ones. And here's the bit where I need to not be doing this. And it has to be a factor of deres in order to work at both low and high dereses. Unfortunately, it will also tie itself to whatever frequency is happening, causing it to make really unpleasant artifacts, and so we don't get to use this at all. It is a complete no-go zone. Back over to here, and now we try to, oh, we found it. There it is. Copy Cream Kit over to there. And let's see what we got to do in order to make this thing not do the really unpleasant grating noise. I'm not above darkening it too. I'm doing this filtery thing, but I'm not above darkening it to get there. I guess we can find out right away what it's doing. That's kind of the same bad thing it was before. There's that overtone again. There's a nasty version of it. Yeah. Same thing's happening. This is what I was dealing with when I was making that, but this is in a different way, where it's some kind of nasty little interaction. could I do a averaging post-average? Because that is another approach. Could even work. It will involve me going back to the defining of variables, which that's fine because we can go right back to here. Hopefully I can type. So the idea is that I do the initial average, but then I'm going to do another average at the sample rate that we are arriving at the downsample rate. And that's going to be a simple two-sample moving average, meaning it'll cut the available frequencies basically in half. But we're going up to quite high frequencies anyway. And it could possibly be the thing to get there. We'll find out. If it works, we get to use it for everything. So no last verb. Thank you. That stops being a thing. There, now we have the variable defined. If this works, we get to apply it to the other stuff as well. And you won't really hear how it affects Cathedral, because Cathedral is heavily filtered, but it will, if it works, it'll work. Yay. Do we have a temp variable we can use for applying it? Because everything else is more or less ready to roll. So here's how we do this. Firstly, we update cycle. And we can just do this extra calculating. I'm looking at it and seeing extra calculating that needs to be done. We can do that literally everywhere this appears. This is the simple form. You'll see where I'm going with this. We just going to have to do it one time or another, so we're going to do it right now. And then we copy this over. And once we're finished doing all these, we assign samp R2 to R and move on. And we could simply just gain stage it on the output, couldn't we? It's all floating point. We can do this any way we like. So we don't need the superfluous parens. There was going to be a multiplied by 0.5 in there, but we don't really need. Wait. Do we? Because here's the thing. If feedback is consistent with the overall loudness, then everything is sort of falls together in place. It should be. Yeah. I think it'll work. I could be wrong, but I think it'll work. Because this makes the input louder, but then feedback is by the same token going to be that much louder as well, and then everything else gets scaled. And regen's going to be consistent with the level of... Let's see. Never can tell with these things. Doing my best. And that's how we do a 2-sample moving average in the middle of the downsampling. Also, I feel I'd like to have parens in these as well, although I think that's just making explicit what I already know is happening. But just to be sure that we're doing it right. Average 2R equals alrighty. Can you build? Yes, you can. Alrighty. Let's see what happened this time. We have just darkened the output in a characteristic way, and we can keep doing that if we want. Like, all this stuff usually requires so much damn filtering anyway that I'm not at all shy about throwing a bunch of averages in there in order to just get it to settle down and chill. I'm sure this is part of what made the cursed digital noise in Crunch Code, which is fine because that's designed to be making cursed noises, but making it creamier and softer and more chill is a whole other story. That's bright. I keep hearing the same obnoxious noise. Well, that's loud. Maybe a little less infinite regen. Okay, so what do I have to do to get it to stop doing this? It's really chirping loudly. Does not like some of these frequencies at all. Keeps coming back and going away again. Always the same little overtone. Even though it shouldn't be able to do those overtones other than at really high settings, so that's weird. We can make it not do them. So what if we average the output too? Could you do that? Is that what's causing the problem? So here we set the average sample to 0. Oh wait, this is K-plate 140, never mind. I'm not going there yet. We're going to just use in and out rather than to, because we're going in and out of the downsampling. So we'll start with that. That's how we do that. Got to update this bit and then make a new variable. Oh, that's reset. Come on, down there a little bit more, please. There we go. How are we doing? There we go. Here's a good enough place to start making my new averages. Just an average in each place, because it seems to be having such a nasty grinding against that it's just unpleasant. And we so often need filtering, I see no reason not to use it there. Usually we have to do way more than just a simple averaging. So that's probably going to be okay as far as not being excessive. There. So now we have not only the average sample for slowly accumulating the number of samples to get in so we don't have nasty aliasing, but we've also got simple 2-sample averaging at the lowered sample rate to try to deal with that grind. Because the grind is all very well, I mean, the crunch code doesn't even attempt to do the initial averaging, but this one we're running into all these problems. And we're going to try to find a solution to all these problems. And if we can find it for cream coat, we can apply it to all the things. So first we need to make the reverb test bed creamy and smooth and nice under all circumstances, not just drums or whatever. I can throw on drums to show you what it's like, but it needs to do way better than that. So absample gets zeroed, and then as we're going along, we add dres, and then we're adding this times dres, meaning that by the time we get to a new sample, we've got an accumulated number of samples that are commensurate to the amount of time it took to get to that point. I'm pretty sure that that's the right way of calculating that. Yeah, because if it was 0.25, 4 cycles to get to the new one, and then each cycle gets added whichever sample times 0.25, and so the end total ends up being the same. So that is, in fact, correct. There's our average in, and we're going to want to do average out, and here's where we do it. We can just continue cutting this level back. because we're doubling the gain again. And then it is as simple as assigning the average cycle to the previous one that we just did. Blanking the rollover one. And we're currently applying this stuff, but that's fine for now. We're seeing this isn't going to have as big of an effect as what we're doing. So, plenty of warnings. Warning, danger, Will Robinson. Components. Now let's have a little check out how it stood. Assuming it did stand. Let's see what it did. Still a little grimy. I'm honestly not entirely sure why it's being this troublesome. Like, we can bring in that overtone over and over again, and I'm having trouble working out why. Comes and goes, you see. Yeah, there's another really bright honk there. And there it is at full bright. So what we're looking at is essentially this effect. We've got this little notch there. And we've got a little notch. But if we make them interact just right, we have a nasty overtone. So there's a certain comb filteriness to it, but all the same, I'm struggling with that frequency that just refuses to go away. What I was fooling with here was ways of bringing other calculations in. If I do this, it's leaving all the calculations out entirely. And if this was a cleanly implemented reverb with this kind of fall off, like what's happening here, this is what's happening. it should be cutting off at this point and not having any of this stuff up here. And yet it is continuing to throw frequencies up there, even though they're not relevant to the legit output that it's supposed to have. Like, it's supposed to be cutting off at this point, and yet there's still this echo of stuff up here, and that's where the unpleasant noises are coming from. And we can make it be big spikes, and not in a nice way. There we have it, a narrow spike. And here we have it, a resonant shallow spike with a loud, obvious honk at like 10K, which is extremely excruciating. It's probably also combining with this to cause even worse problems elsewhere. Yeah, this whole thing's fighting me real hard. So that's going to be exactly a 2. I can see the overtones crossing each other. Let me satisfy my curiosity about something. Punch code's fairly recent, yes? Here it is. So this is meant to do stuff like that, but what's it going to actually act like? There's one of those overtones. So what we've got here is it doesn't fall off nearly as much, and it's doing real aggressive aliasing. I wonder if I can make it respond faster. I think it likes having larger block sizes. So we got this ugliness here because we're basically just doing a really grimy result. And if we do a total bit smash, we get this, because that's the pointy outputs of it. So that's some weird stuff right there. But this is more or less the same basic issue. It's just that it is not causing it quite the same way. the issue that I'm speaking of means that it is he says as he thinks of something that might do something. Let's skip away from that for the moment. Let's just take this output without removing those. And I'm going to try to figure out what else we can do here. If we do only this, this is still part of that process, leaving a bunch of unused variables, but that's fine. And I think this means we're still doing a it'd be nice if we were able to simplify this whole thing and make it behave. We're doing 2 levels of attempted filtering. And by filtering, I mean not filtering. We're doing 2 levels of attempted Bezier curve. That's not the same thing as a filter. So this is us doing attempted 1 level. Wow, that's loud. What the hell? Can we maybe not do that? Why is it that loud? Is it simply because we're not scaling it anymore? Let's assume that it was that's twice as loud as it should be. It may still be more. Maybe what I need to do is make it be 1/4 as loud as that. We're listening to the output of it. But wait, hang on a second. Hang on a damn second. I'm not sure that's actually a Bezier curve anymore. Well, let's see what it did. I think I may have jumped to conclusions in the belief that I could do a simpler Bezier curve when in fact I am already doing the simplest Bezier curve you can do. Come on, back into the breach program. One thing about it, at least it's much quieter than it was. Well, whatever I did, it didn't help. Hey, Igor. That's wretched. Put it back. Put that back. And now this is supposed to be the Bezier curve again. And in fact, if we zoom in on the charting of it, it does, well, one thing I could do is investigate what that actually looks like in practice. Do we have any weird discontinuities that I'm not expecting? Because this really should be producing a Bezier curve. And the rest of this stuff is just additional details on top of that. But we should be producing a Bezier curve, and we should be producing it on a set of filtered things, and then we make it out of these. Those being the last curves that we made from the last samples at the lowered sample rate, and then we're smoothing from there. So let's do that. Let's get into one of those zones where it's making a really unpleasant noise, and then look at the end result of the waveform that it created while it was making that unpleasant noise, and see if we can recognize anything interesting about it. Cream my butt. It's far from such. I'm going to put on drums on it too so that you can hear what that's about at some point. So let's find a obnoxious setting. I hear that overtone. So if we do this, and then we apply and close, and zoom in on the horrifying wave that we've just made, does it look smooth? It kind of looks smooth. We just have an awful lot of squiggliness in here. Probably what this is doing is this is basically creating a, it's like it's trying to create a resonant brick wall, which is not what you want. And that perhaps is partly because this experimenting with the Bezier curves is explicitly about doing nonsense like that. The whole idea is to make it be able to do these funny corners and things, but what it's doing is having a great eagerness of throwing exactly these little wiggles at exactly these spacings, and that is equivalent to a shockingly sharp resonant filter. It makes me wonder if I could also do a shockingly sharp resonant filter that is like out of phase with that and then blur them or combine them in some way. And technically we're already doing something a little bit like that because we have extra stacks of these things. So let's now start to see what we get. Rather than subtracting them or combining them in other ways, let's see what we get with two of them offset. Another possibility is to just run a delay at exactly half of that frequency and sum it with a delayed copy of itself at exactly half of that frequency, which would probably do it. Maybe. But this, let's see what we get from doing this. Now we're using that. And originally I was trying to do a Bezier curve off of these three as control points themselves, which did not turn out to work. It would be a Bezier curve on top of a Bezier curve. And no good can come from that. So this is two adjacent ones. Either this is going to fix the problem or it's going to be like twice as bad. It'll be interesting to find out what the answer is to that. Okay, there's an overtone there. There's a big overtone there. We've got lots of nasty high overtones. But I almost feel as if they're more manageable. I'm not really sure, but I feel like maybe those are coming off as more manageable. Okay, that's really obnoxious. That is so obnoxious that I want to see what that looks like. Am I going to see another succession of very closely related little wriggles there? Maybe not as much. Okay, this is all still very bright stuff. What if we just decided that we straight up didn't want all of that really bright stuff and we wanted to sort of average it all out? I have an additional Bezier curve, and then I could add another one on top of that by just extending the tail of the samples that I'm using to plot the curves with. It's a weird way of going about this, but it might just work. And it's having certain effects, like I'm getting certain results out of it. I'm seeing hints of these very characteristic wave shapes, but then I also seem to be able to make certain information come out. Puzzling. Let's undo it and jump back in. So it was interesting enough hearing what that sounded like very shrill. Let's hear what it sounds like very slow. So that's kind of interesting. It's like I'm hearing the overtones of that very shrill guitar with a lot of energy on it, but like very far away. There's just these little hints of a honk. Again, it's like a wildly sharp, resonant brick wall, which is not what you want, but it's an interesting thing. This will no longer do anything. But the amount of sort of mojo happening in this sound is interesting. And here we've got some actual higher frequencies in there. It's doing a weirdly good job of retaining some of this information. Weird is definitely the catchphrase here. So I wouldn't mind taking a restroom break, but first things first. I can extend this. So how do we go about doing that? Well, firstly, we'll make some more variables and use them. Just like that. I honestly don't know how well the averaging thing is working, but I feel like it can't possibly be hurting. Because it's like it's there to sort of suppress the relentless amount of energy going around at that brick wall cutoff. And it feels like a brick wall cutoff, but it can't really be a brick wall cutoff, can it? Because that's not how any of this works. But it's a series of insane Bezier curves doing weird things and pretending like they're a brick wall cutoff, even though they're not. And that's good enough for me. You're going to be FE. Oops, I typed wrong. Each of these are going to be one bigger than the one before. Then we're going to do another one of these in the same way. We're going to take it to the feds. And that means last E is where that starts. And FE. Okay, that would appear to be the same pattern. CBA, DCB, EDC. R. And then we're going full on to 0.25. For now, we're going to straight up average those and see what they do. And now we have to declare the variables we're using here. We need an FL and an FR. If this works, it'll be awesome. It'll be quite nice if that is, in fact, a thing that can work. I don't know yet. We can, but try. So now we're going to have to update all these other ones with this as well if it works, but it'll be worth it because we were starting to get to a stage where it was starting to seem kind of cool, and then we ran into this crazy brick wall resonant problem. And if that can be fixed, that would be nice. Thank heaven for horrible little sounds like that guitar, which can really aggravate the problems as they occur. Because I'll show you in a moment that the drums don't sound nearly as bad as all that. So, here we are. Okay, I still hear a thing, but maybe it can go away. And it's an obnoxious sounding little reverb, but all the same. Nasty little reverb. But if you dial it in just right, so I feel like there's high frequency energy kind of hovering around. It's weird. Let's go to our littlest, nastiest one again. I feel like I hear the faint little edge in there somewhere. So what do we got? When we investigate this waveform up close, we see that it's fairly smooth, and the question becomes, what's it actually producing? And is it throwing funny irregularities in any predictable way that I can do anything about? This is a really interesting way of abusing Bezier curves. I honestly don't know what the right answer for this is supposed to be. Perhaps in part because there is no such thing, because this is not really a thing. Bezier curves are for visual purposes. I'm just kind of trying to do weird stuff with it in order to see what I can make happen. There's our incredibly bright guitar again. Now we're going to look at what that looks like on span. Sure enough, we got some kind of cancellations going on in here. We got these deep notches. It all kind of shifts together, doesn't it? No matter what decay time we use, we get the same basic result. And there's one of our sharp resonances right there. And there's a sharp notch at 20K this time. We still got our funky sharp notches and stuff. Wild that we can downsample it so much and it's still producing energy above 10K. That's not necessarily all bad, but it's definitely causing us headaches. Right now we just have an enormous notch right here, and it seems to be pretty consistently placed. We can put the notch wherever we want. It's just going to continue to produce this interesting pattern. And as it does that, it's like it's synthesizing a sound out of its own reverbness. So if I can make this work, that's kind of cool. In fact, I'm going to leave this doing an ambient drone and go run to the restroom. So, enjoy the unusual style of background music, guys. I'm back. So we can do this apparently. And that certainly is something. So now what I'm wondering is as follows. I can do this with 4 positions along this chain of Bezier reconstructions. The Bezier reconstructions are there to let it not be either stair-steppy or points like Crunch Code. Crunch Code does points. You could also just transition between values. But I have not yet tried applying a delay for the purpose of taking 2 of these little sine wavy things and setting them 180 degrees apart from each other. I'm pretty sure that the little the wiggles that act like they're a brick wall filter, to where if you set it wrong, you get these incredibly, like, when you get a effect like that, where you have just the one, let's go back to just the one. We might be able to simplify this. Hey, Beans Brief, Broccoli, Photos, everybody. We might be able to simplify this. So here's where we're at. And we could just do this. Although we'd have to pad it a little bit, I think. Oh no, hang on, that's wrong. I'm in the wrong place entirely. What am I even doing? That is a colossal derp. This is the assembly of the final outputs for the householder matrix. Watt. All of my watt. So instead we could just take CBAL and DCBL and so on. Yeah, we can get it to sound not at all resonant and lovely. Check this out. Because the fascinating thing about this for me is the way that it's reconstructing sound completely outside of the range of what it's supposed to be able to do. Oh, Carla. Oh, Carla, Carla, Carla. Persistent, I'll give you that. So what it does, when not being resonant and lovely, hang on. Instead it does this. And you can probably hear that brightness. And we can still hear really harsh overtones. See, it stopped being resonant and lovely. What I'm wondering, since you can do this, and let me find... There's a spot where it's really grindy. And when you look at it, you see that you've got an extraordinary amount of very similar looking wiggles to the waveform. It really wants to do certain frequencies. It wants to have like this rough rate of wiggling back and forth going on. And so what I'm wondering is, since I can take two of them and average them, which makes it like if every layer that I add is a slightly different variation on this, but the vertical and the certain of the most high frequency wiggles line up, which I think is what is happening. What do you get if you identify like this frequency, this being the sample rate, the downsample rate? Take two separate taps of it, but then offset one of them by exactly half the waveform. It should flatten it out. And I should be able to do that using only a simple digital delay that doesn't have to be a particularly long one on the output of the thing. And I could even take the two adjacent ones and take the soonest delay and delay that one, causing them to overlap. I could delay it until the two outputs are stacked up on top of each other, at which point they would be increasing the resonant frequency again. And I can probably even work out the number of samples that it needs to do as a factor of cycle, which is less than 1. So we're not going to save that. And a bunch of this stuff is not going to get used. So here's the idea. I need to go and get one of my pre-delay algorithms or something, and we're going to delay CBAL and CBAR until they line up with DCBL and DCBR. And we're probably going to use wet to do it because that's available for manipulation for the time being. If we build, this one will now become available. If this works, we can get rid of a bunch of extra stuff, like all of this and some of this. The averaging stuff is probably fine. We're probably cool with that. It's part of what's making the resonant and lovely sound. But here's where we delay a couple of these. So let's go and I think we have a bunch of these things already open. We totally do. So let's start copying out the stuff that we need. We'll rename it from VLF. We'll rename it from VLF and use that. So let's see, const int goes up here. What do we call it? We don't need a very large one either. We're going to need very small amounts. Let's call it Bez delay for Bezier. Bez delay. And our maximum size is going to be yay big for the time being, but it really doesn't matter very much. Now we just go and make a couple of delay banks with this basic concept here, and we're going to build that stuff into the new undersampling. All we're doing is keeping all the formatting very simple, so hopefully we can just simply make a delay and it'll work fine. It'll be cool. And we'll call it Bezel and Bezier. And the whole purpose of this is to have a dynamically variable delay for the first of the two Bezier filters so that we can apply them literally 180 degrees out of phase with each other, at which point we might start seeing something or hearing something interesting. My hope is that we can hear something interesting. It would be cool if we could hear something interesting. Let's see what else we can get. We will go to where we declare these things and declare one of them. So it'll be like that. Calling it Bez means we still have room to put a pre-delay in if we want. I think we have already got one. I'm pretty sure we probably already have one. I feel like that is in fact in there. Oh no, this is cream coat. I was thinking the 140. Bez delay, Bez L, Bez R. Okay, so now we have a delay that has been blanked out. And that part's done now. So let's see now. I think we're not using wet for anything. In fact, I'm going to comment some of this out so I can use it pretty directly as just that. And now we need to find the bit where it actually does my nice little pre-delay. Just like that. And now we, first of all, we apply it in this place. I guess I'll just do this longhand. As awkward as that may be, which may be very, very awkward indeed. Oh, I need to set up count. Sorry, I missed a thing. That said, I will only need one. Counts are usually phrased as count and then something, so let's call it count Bez instead of Bez count. And then we do need to initialize it before we can even get anywhere, and then we can start actually using the thing. So we're going to keep groping around until we get there. We'll instantiate it, call it 0. Now let's scoot down here to where our and right now we are just getting this stuff working. Which may take some doing. And now we need a number for the very small delay we have in mind. And this could get crunchy if it gets swept around, but the important part is if it's fixed, can we dial it in to be a really nice number? So if it's larger than this, then it becomes... So we're counting by cycle. If cycle gets up to 1, we do a sample. We've got wet being 0 to 1, so we can have a delay of 0. And so our delay could be 1 divided by cycle, which as long as cycle doesn't actually become 0, we're safe enough with that. I'm kind of peeking around to try to see where we're even doing some of these things. Oh, there's deres. So that can't become 0. Overall scale won't be, but 0 divided by overall scale can become 0. So deres can be 0. That's not really a pre-delay, so let's lose those comments. And we are delaying cbal and cbar. That'll work as a delay. We just have to have a value for edge pre-delay. So let's start coming up with that now. What did we call that again? I was just scrolling up to see this variable, which I then promptly forgot and lost. Having forgotten and lost it, let's go back and look at it again. Deres. Deres is the number I want, because it's going to be less than or way less than 1. It's larger than 0. Then we can do this thing. And if it's not larger than 0, we can not even delay anything, so that's probably fine. All of this can sit within that, because it kind of doesn't matter much if it turns out that you don't even have a legitimate value for the delay. There. So now that's a delay, but it doesn't have a value for itself yet, so I have to instantiate that as a real number of some kind, like that. And divided by deres, which is a tiny number, so that's actually going to become a larger number, or a very large number indeed. We could clamp it, but I'm not even sure I'm worried about that. There's a maximum number that it could be, so we can put in a safety check. Right now, we're not even close to needing a safety check. And what goes from 0 to 1? That's how we want to scale this. So what divided by dres should let me dial in the amount of one cycle. Because if it's 1 and then it's divided by dres, the delay should be about equal to 1 cycle. And I probably want less than 1 cycle. So let's just see what we get. We may get into a zone where it does beautiful things when it's set to exactly 0.5. I will fall over laughing if it goes to 0.618 because it has no business doing that. And I wonder whether I'm writing to the array, so maybe I'd better do the sanity check. Goku, it's over 9,000. Is that even Goku? That's something else. It's somebody else. That said, I'm fairly confident that I told it to be a larger number than that. So our limit is actually 10,000. Cool. We shouldn't actually need 9,000 samples for this. And in theory, this might be ready to... Oh, no, I haven't changed some of the things yet. These are the bits. Oh, hang on, undo, hold on, slow down. What the actual hell? Yeah, that wouldn't have done me any good. It wasn't ready yet. Now maybe it is. Now maybe it is. 18 warnings, you say? 18 warnings and a Bez ain't one. Off we go. So I'm going to bring that guitar in again. And I'm going to go immediately to effect stack so that I can see what this does on span. It's possible that it's not even going to do anything. However, I feel that it's probably going to. I have a feeling that this is going to do us something. We just don't know what yet. So off we go. Be loud is one of the things. There's no delay. Maximum delay. Okay, that's obnoxious. So now what happens when we start adjusting this? We are suppressing some of this stuff. And now it's coming back. And at exactly 0.5, it's definitely down a bit. That said, I don't have it at exactly 0.5 yet. Oh, I hear some of our obnoxiousness. That's nasty. That's raunchy. Yeah, there's a high frequency singing in there. So here's our most obnoxious possible setting. And it's going to get going again in a moment. And then we'll start playing with the deres knob. Okay, I see a kind of cancellation thing there. One thing about it is that the overtones are acting different now. That said, I'm still hearing a really sharp Is this set it to... No, I don't remember my block size. What's it doing? Can I do like smoothing or something? No, it's not doing smoothing. What do I gotta do to make this thing run faster? That looks like it's running a little faster. Until it's not. I can't say as I'm entirely dissatisfied with that. There's a thing. I hear a sort of note in there, which is not what I'm really looking for, but again, we're doing the most brutal possible case. It's an incredibly bright guitar without all that much on the low end. So it's first hitting it with maximum aliasing. And then it's trying to make the entire reverb sing and resonate at the cutoff frequency exactly. There's very little slack to it. And again, if we don't have that delay, well, hang on, that doesn't sound that different though. So this is the two stacked up on top of each other. That's no delay. And here's your 50%. I think the 50% is sounding better. So that should not work, and I don't think it really is helping. It was just a wild whim. Again, entirely undamped, raw ambience brightness reverb. With too much sustain. Okay, so I think that's enough to play with a little bit. Let's see, I got about 15 minutes before defrosting food for dinner, and I will have earned it again today because this is some interesting stuff. Let's throw drums at it this time, given that we've learned to play with the thing. And if I set it up without span, the poor little laptop will feel less overwhelmed and might just be able to let me modulate it more easily. You can still get into a zone where you're hearing that cutoff frequency happening. And then you get into this zone. And again, with no delaying. And with total delaying, so it's essentially just overlapping them. So what's happening is this is sort of averaging two things that are more or less the same. And if I set it to no delay, we've got two adjacent ones. So it goes a little darker, simply because it's like that other form of averaging. It's like it's trying to do a bit of an averaging, but not really. And then if we go over to here, I'm going to be listening for what changes when I hit tab and apply the 0.5. And there is some kind of interesting change there. So this is building up some. Let's just apply that to the whole thing and see what we get. And our waveform ends up looking like this shape. I guardedly think we might be onto something with this. It's certainly an unusual thing. No question about that. It's an unusual thing, but I think we might be onto something there. Although what I wonder is whether this can take the place of some of that averaging. So let's do a little quick experiment. Firstly, undo. What on earth is that about? Oh, that's just the initial. That's the first drum hit. Actually, that is a cymbal hit, is what that is. It's a weird sort of cymbal hit because it seems to be jogging the microphone somehow. But go figure. It is what it is. Excuse me. So, like I said, this is interesting. Looks like we can do something like this. So delay can be equal to 0.5 divided by dres, which is going to become a larger value. But half the wavelength of what dres is producing as far as a sample rate is concerned. We've got a sanity check in there so that it doesn't break when it goes down to really low values, which it may or may not ever be able to go down to values that low. Also, it may or may not be fine if it goes down that far. And now, what we're going to do is get rid of this average out. And we may be able to get rid of the other one too. Or perhaps not, we'll see. Because that's on the output of the reverb, and that might lead to something pleasing. We'll see. Back into the breach. We're going to check out the drums because we were only just checking out the drums. Same setting, same everything. Okay, I think I like that texture. You like that texture? Because I think I like that texture. We can have a shimmeriness on top of that, but it's not necessarily a problem shimmeriness. So if we make it be a big old sustainy thing, our funny looking waveform now ends up looking kind of like this. I feel like we've got hints of the rather predictable wiggliness there, but that might be okay. Kind of wondering about that. I'm also wondering what would happen if we combined them in a different way. Because I can delay anything I want here. We just happen to be delaying CBAL to sit in the middle of So I feel like this is in the right general direction. What I'm wondering now is whether I could squinch them in such a way that two of them are averaged and the other one sits between the first two, but I feel like I would need another delay. Before we get too into that, we have a fairly nice little set of, it's using these variables, but we only need to use up to DCL. Kind of wrapping my head around what this stuff is meant to do. I do feel like with the amount of still nasty in there, it's not optimal, but this might be fine. I know the input filtering that I was doing was in aid of having it not do that aliasing, and it didn't actually solve that problem. But on the whole, with this, we have a much smoother cutoff for how it's acting. We can make it get bright and tizzy, but it's fairly easy to make it act like it's behaving, which is handy considering there are no actual filters in here at all. There's no filters, it's just two Bezier curves being subtracted or added to each other, but they're being added to each other. And that makes me wonder what you'd get if they were subtracted from each other, so that immediately needs to get tried. Because remember, we've just offset one of these by half a wavelength. What happens if they're subtracted from each other? Do we get something amazing and wonderful there? Do we get some kind of really sharp, resonant peak or something? Who knows? It's for us to find out. But these being subtracted from each other should really make it be all the highs and nothing much else. Unless I'm very much mistaken. So what do we get? It honestly sounds kind of cool, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. It's definitely a lot quieter. So if adding them gets you this funny overtone, and subtracting them, we can throw this nasty guitar at it. Let's see if it makes this guitar curl up and die or fall over. We'll crank up the regen a little bit to make up for the lost gain. I still hear a really nasty harmonic on it. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm gaining much by that, honestly. And I try to see if anything cool comes out of the sound from just listening to all this cancellation. I don't really think it's a good cancellation. I mean, it's putting on some energy and stuff, but I don't think it's a really good cancellation. In particular, it doesn't sound very far away. And that's something of a problem. Although it's weirdly good at not having any recognizable tones in it. Let's bounce right back to adding them together. And return to that spacey, sustainy vibe of an incredibly loud guitar into infinite wash of reverb. And let's see what we get. Because I need to put it on, because I need to go off and like get my food defrosting and get my oven started. By contrast, the last one didn't sound much like depth or space. But this would be exactly the same setting. I might need to adjust regen because I've got it turned up fairly high. And that sounds a little bit more like depth and space. Although we could do a final trick of minus we'll just subtract a little tiny bit of the next one over to sort of dry it up a little bit. See, then the notes underneath this suggest what happens when you subtract an additional set of them. In fact, we've got exactly what I was doing. I was doing something kind of like this, where I had additional later ones available for use, and I was subtracting them in a small proportion. So this is roughly equivalent to what I called cavernous. I just wasn't using quite as many of them. And so subtract less to 0 of this, and if you have the full amount, it gets kind of intense. It adds something to it. I think it's also going to add more of that high frequency overtone, but we are about to find out. Also, we still have wet available, don't we? Let's just tune it in by ear, because the other bit is actually working fine now. Or as fine as it's going to work anyway. And so here is where we left off. with a bunch of weird sustaining craziness. And then you can do this to the texture by subtracting that other bit. That cancels. So that's sort of full resonance. And that's a specific amount of it. Back in a moment. So that's pretty wild. Probably also worth investigating this stuff. Because it does seem to apply. That does seem to apply. Although, I could subtract the ones around the edge and build what I'm doing out of the two in the middle. And that would look something like this. So then if I do that, and then delay this, rest of it's the same. So now what is happening is I'm building it out of a slightly more delayed set of samples. And then we subtract two other samples that are kind of spaced around the two, but not in a... Let's find out what we got. Nothing to it but to try it. Can't say for sure what it's going to do. And we don't really need to use two of those. It just was because that's what was working before. I heard a really clear change in tone from what I was trying to do. Like the first try. Because that was taking my combined one and then subtracting a pair of them. So the difference between that and this is that we're now subtracting one up front. And it does this. That's a real shimmery quality going on there. That's interesting. It's like it's mostly remaining with just the aura. You can't even really hear the sound anymore. It's almost like there is no sound, just this sort of reverby, spacey thing going on. Compared to same thing but with lows. So that's interesting. Yeah, we're taking away everything doing this. Look at that. So just for the sake of argument, since it does this powerful cancellation thing, what would happen if we took this initial one and added it but subtracted the other one? So the first one we hit is a small positive addition, and then it's subtracted by the last one. Let's find out. It's the phases of how these things add and combine. I'm looking for interesting side effects, basically. We're looking for what we can make the sound do. The one that we just tried was able to produce almost complete cancellation in the middle. And it was real good at taking away some of the lower overtones. But that's not the only thing that might happen with strange combinations of this stuff. We are all about the strange combinations of this stuff. So here's our normal sound again. Okay, that gets kind of rowdy. So that's more normal. And that's sort of a wild, kind of hyped sound. Although there's a distorty quality in there that's not adding anything. So in that case, what does it sound like when small amounts get added? I feel like I hear a sort of crackliness, but I'm not sure it's advantageous. Let's do a quick flip. So we are subtracting the combination of these two, but we're also subtracting them from each other. And see where we get. The one thing we don't want to do is subtract here, because this is the thing that's giving us a composite. So, little multiple building to get it working. If I can get this sitting up and barking, what I'm going to do is apply it to Cathedral, and you can hear that. Or indeed Plate 140. Because that's where I initially ran into the problem that the overtones of this can be an issue. Cathedral I didn't notice because Cathedral is already darkened. So here we go with the bass tone. Okay, that sounds kind of wild and heightened, like something's going on there. Interesting. So how did I talk about this stuff again? +1 stormy, distorted, intense. 0.5 intensely disassociated and trippy. 0.25 cavernous. So is this going towards that disassociated or distorted quality? I'm not sure it entirely is. Also, this is all about 0.5 of what I've got written there. So if we instead subtract the combination of these, which was going to get me to what there was before, and then if one is stormy, distorted, and intense, but it's already too strong, we'll multiply it by 0.5 or whatever, and we'll just kind of cover for that for the time being. And see whether we can reproduce the observations I had there and whether this is the way to get there. Because it might not be. I might need to put some of this bit back. Could very well be, in fact. We'll do a little quick comparison. Oh, I started that too soon. Let's not start that before actually putting the plugin where it's supposed to go. Now we get to start it. And back into the Hall of Noise. Okay, that just goes kind of bright. Although maybe I feel the distorted and intense thing. What happens if we only take, let's go back to what we had before. How about? That's pretty straightforward. But instead we're just going to subtract 1. Meaning that this goes away. We subtract that rather than 2 of them flanking it. Meaning we'll also get to use fewer of the variables as we do it, and that should help things. And then we're delaying this guy. Which is not automatically what should happen, but it's what I'm going to try to do. I feel like I'm in with a better shot delaying that one. And why am I assuming that? Why am I assuming that? Why don't I delay the one that's a little bit farther away? Because the part that I'm trying to distract from, okay, we're delaying the one that's a little farther away. And it's getting delayed into the path of this other one that is shortening things. Now what have we got? Because why am I assuming that I have to delay the one that happens sooner? Anywho, this is now an entirely different experiment. And it's an experiment that sounds, excuse me, like this. I feel like I hear a little more of that overtone, although I'm not really sure. It feels like maybe it's more of the overtone. But I think maybe I approve of what's happening here. This is kind of neat. Let's be even more naughty. We are applying this. But we could sneak the other thing into there too. What would we then get? I'm going to go back to what that was. I'm not quite sure what I heard. And let's go to some drums instead, just for change, to hear what those do under these circumstances. Okay, so we're dark drums and we're not very loud compared to the other sounds. And if we bring this in, rather than sounding as dark, it sounds kind of more open on top. Up to where it's clearly brighter. The combination of these things turned into a bright control. There's a thing. In a way that's not especially good, though. So there's a thing. So here we are now. Honestly, this is too quiet. Too quiet. We kind of got to make it be a little louder than that. How about literally twice as loud? How about taking away both of these 0.5s and we'll just straight up be twice as loud. And simplify this. Okay, now where are we at? So we're adding these two things, but we are delaying this one by looks to be exactly half of a cycle, and then adding small amounts of this one to sort of interact with it. So we can end up with mostly this one, and this one's largely canceled out, but it's also doing a job of cutting back on the high frequency Ts. Leaving it with mostly C-bell, and then DCB gets delayed into the path of EDCL, which is inverted, and also being brought in. So we no longer have what's being described here. What instead do we have? And yeah, some of this stuff ain't being used, but that's fine. Let's bring those drums in again now that we've got it louder. Everything's about twice as loud, should be. It's still not as loud as the raw sound, but it's enough to be heard. Yeah, it can kind of thin right out. Or go to its original darkness. So that's interesting. I'm not sure if this worked, but it's effectively a form of bright control now. So here's our fully cavernous again. And it's still letting through the lows. Kinda. But we get to sort of dial the air. That's interesting. There's the thing. I'm not that sold on that. What happens if we start throwing it in voices? We haven't tried voices in any of this stuff yet. Let's throw it in some voices and see what happens. So we're real dark here. Remember, this is our closet, so a bigger one is like this. Not sure if I'm that big of a fan of this. It can certainly go bright. Ooh, now that's a little unpleasant. Take away the regen and it starts sounding nasty again. Not sure I'm that big of a fan of that one. When I start hearing it on things like S's, I feel like it's just making it nasty. So let's go back to delaying the first term, which probably has a better shot at smoothing. Let's group things in ways we're certain of. And let's subtract fiddle. Got some more changes to make there in just a moment. Fitter. And times what is the amount that we're putting in. And you see, FPD. I think this is the one that's what I was calling stormy, distorted, intense, disassociated, and so on. I'm pretty sure this is what that had been. Oh, made a mistake. Pretty simple mistake, though. And that ought to take care of it, I think. Let's see. Yep, that got there. Not rocket science. On the other hand, this could be cavern science. So, back into what we just now heard to see what changes have made. Ooh, it's kind of not pleasant at all. So is that really weird and disassociated, or is it just giving a nasty high frequency ring to things? It does sound kind of more full this way. And it does sound a little wilder this way. So there could be something to that. Let's bounce over to another kind of sound, because we can dial that in so that it's more or less acceptable. But we're kind of used to the intense resonance of this extremely intense noise. And we dial it back like this. I feel like this might be stepping in the direction of what I was talking about before. I think I was checking it out at a very low res. So if this holds, we got cavernous, disassociated. So let's say we go over to 0.5 for distorted and intense. Let's say they're all about double. In that case, this would be our stormy, disassociated, distorted and intense. No, this wouldn't. This would be. Yeah, I think I hear the distortiness in there. And then going to 2.5 is the disassociated, trippy, freaky sounding. I think I could almost believe that too. Is that really what I said? Yeah. And then cavernous, and then 0 is apparently just plain. So plain, maybe? So where are we at with the one that was supposed to be cavernous? Yeah. And then 0 would be even more cavernous than that. You know, I could believe that. It feels like it, you can't hear it in mono, but it feels like it got wider. And it definitely got spacier. It's harder to pin down what the notes are. And then 5 for distorted. I also think I hear the distortedness. So this kind of becomes more of an internal calculation. And now what I'm wondering is, do we need to do all of this in order to get to both of these, or can I pull it off with just the one? Because we can do a bunch less calculations if we do this, although they are all very easy calculations to do. Like modern computers won't have any trouble with that. But the more I can strip it down, the more efficient everything gets to be. And it might actually be in the zone of still doing an appropriate thing there, because it's like I was using two of those, and that might simply be overcomplicated. Let's go forth and find out in our final 15 minutes. So if the same things hold, then this still will come across as like distorty. Maybe. Or maybe it needs to go to this. That would make this the cavernous. And this is the disassociated. And this is the distorted. Fair? Okay. I'll buy that. So we do only need to use this one, but we do kind of need to subtract this guy in order to make it do its job. And now wondering what happens if I try to delay this one, or combine it with the non-delayed one. There's one quick way to find out. If we combine this here, so that's being subtracted there and also here. But in this case it's going through a delay, and in this case it's not. There is a thing which will make it even more delayed. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen, but we'll find out. That was fairly straightforward too. That's a thing we can do. Back into our hall of guitar that we are exploring the sort of deep textures of to see what happens. So what's happening now is it's being subtracted twice, not once, but it's being subtracted across two different delay times. And this would be our distorty part. And that would be far too distorty. I feel like I kind of hear the clash of distortion in there. Okay, interesting. So I don't know if you're hearing what I'm hearing. But I feel like it got softer. It's got a way of getting softer and spacier. And by the time we get here, it's kind of gritty. By the time we get here, it feels sort of distorted, although a certain amount of grittiness just never actually comes back to it. We can get into a sort of zone here where from here it sounds sort of beefy and weighty. Here it sounds just like a sort of wall of clouds. Yeah, it's like this is about finding the place where the atmosphere changes tone. Because it'll sort of shift up a gear. And you get to kind of work out the density and textureness of it. Let's see what a different setting sounds like. Let's hear what a voice sounds like. But not just any voice, I mean voices, some projecting loud, intense voices, and we're going to bury them in reverb. And once we fill the area up with sound, we start fooling with this control, which is not dry wet. Murky. To sort of overly illuminated. So murky to still pretty murky. This is what I would describe as the disassociated kind of sound. And it starts getting wacky. And then starts breaking up completely. So let's maybe rename these a little bit. So let's see. Subway, which is usually not a sound you actually want. I might call that stormy distance. Stormy distance. Because we're kind of describing things about the sound character in it. 0.2. This is a little more along the trippy and disassociated area. Because you can still pin down some of the sounds in there. 0.3. Now the energy is sort of starting to ramp up a little bit. We're still at 0.4 though. Roaring Wilds. Because it feels kind of like the depths of things are rushing, bouncing backwards and forwards at you. And then if we go all the way to what probably should count as too much, .5, there's a sort of crackling, it's breaking up a little bit. So 0.25 would be very intense and vibey. 0.15 would be on the realism zone. Let's see what the realism zone feels like. Yup. That's going to be in the realism zone, kinda, sort of. And 2.5 would be really kind of a wild psychic ride. Yep. The shape of that space is pretty intense. And on that note, I'm going to go off and have dinner. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.